Hello everybody, welcome back to Waffleville, and we've got a little bit of a celebration bash here for our Battle of Midway. We didn't get to do it during the usual anniversary because, well, we don't stream during those days. Ironically enough, I think 3 years ago to the day, we painted a Dauntless. Yeah, we did that, so this is the first chance I've had, I think, since then, and that would be where we at right here. So that was what we painted. Hey there, Valfera, how you doing? So yeah, it was this days in 2021, Valfera, that we painted that thing up on stream. Then we get back to this. So Valfera, we also have this. So yeah, these were the again. This was the My Mini Factory one. So I just bought these two. There's whole fleets. Remember, Valfera, we were saying that yeah, you could get a whole Italian fleet, a whole Reggie Marina there. So all kinds of nifty stuff. We'll definitely have to get some more of those. Yeah, it was a really nifty file, I have to say. Now, of course, it'd be nice to print them bigger, but it just it wouldn't really fit on screen too much. We're gonna do our usual kind of dry, brushy things here. I also I was able to find lots of color references for things. I'm just gonna bring up my CV6 right here. We'll do that. Yeah, Velfair, I just thought, well, that's why I thought if we do this also, right, there would be no Normandy if it wasn't for this. So, now if we could get to, well, we'll see if I can get to both of them here. That would be really cool if I could. Okay, what we want to start off with here? We'll get some indigo, I think. Let's smidge of that indigo working here. Some of this. A little more of the indigo there. Something like this here, maybe. So great to see you there, Valfira. And here, we're just gonna... You know what? I think I might even... I'm gonna go with one of my number 4 brushes here, even. I think we're gonna do that. Yeah, there we are. Because these are pretty darn delicate, Valfira. Holy smokes. These are really, 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 really delicate. Ironically enough, this is about the size that I used to make those old modeling clay ships years and years ago. Valfira, I was well, all I could do today was just put some more paint on the regular front door. Yeah, I wanted to do stuff in the kitchen, but that like the kitchen floor, but that just was not gonna be possible. That may actually have to wait until July, ironically. Valfir, I can say this: 1-to-1 scale terrain is definitely more hazardous than regular terrain. Yeah, there was one point where the ladder almost well, we almost mustered it. Yeah, it was almost in a mustard container there. So yeah, 1-to-1 scale weathering is like trying to have mustard. It's that sort of dangerous. You're it's a high risk, high reward thing, right, Velfira? Yeah, you get the delicious mustard, but you have to accept the dangers that come along with it. Yeah, that almost ended up with a little bit of a splat right there. So yeah, this boy, it's just so interesting. Ironically enough, though, for the color that I'm using on here is practically the same color that I was using on the house there. And when I was washing the brush, yeah, yeah, no mustard within X amount of time, right? Of doing that. But when I was washing out the brush, Velfer, you could see all the iron oxide coming out. Holy smoke! It was really, really, really apparent when I was washing out that brush. I thought, holy smokes, I can really see that stuff. Because I know she put in well, basically a red iron oxide and a yellow oxide in there. But boy, when I was washing out that brush, it wasn't blue. It looked almost like a reddish gray. Yeah, oh, yeah, we haven't done the fantail yet over here. Let's do that. Now, well, obviously we've heard from Armored Wolf. I don't think we'll be seeing Armored Wolf tonight. I didn't even send him a message because I almost didn't want him to know that we were going to be streaming, just so that he didn't try to interrupt what he was doing. Yeah, Velfer, I really can't wait to try some of the other ones. Because, I mean, obviously the American one's really nifty, and you got your Kriegsmarine, you also have your IGN, or IJN, sorry. I think there might have been a French fleet, I'm not sure, but I just don't remember. Maybe there wasn't a French fleet. It would be neat if there was, I just don't remember if there was. And actually, well, Valefair, now you can really see just how those tripod masts, just how fragile those are. Holy smokes. Valfera, I would really, oh boy, a whole task force, right? So you get some destroyers going. I think he also has Essex class carriers. Oh, he even has a Saratoga class. Well, Lexington's and Saratoga, obviously. So I think he has 3 different classes of U.S. carriers. So Valfra, I think we'll definitely have to try some more. I think that would be really, 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 really fun. Now, as you can see, I gave myself a little bit more base here just so that we could have some more fun. Definitely some more fun. Here, we're just going to try and do some more on the... And there's even the planking on the deck, Valfair, not too shabby, I have to say. It's funny, obviously each class kind of had its distinctive look, right? Your Saratoga class had the giant stack over here, and those had like cruiser level. They initially put 8-inch guns on those darn things, and then then you got this with nothing but looks like some Bofors or whatever, and then of course then you have your Essex class where you had the 5-inch guns. Hey there, Grand Oracle. So Grand Oracle, these are the ones that we 3D printed. I think I actually sent you a picture of the build plate on these. If I didn't, I thought I did, Grand Oracle. So yeah, these are the ones that I printed. No idea what the scale is, and of course I'd have to go look at the order to see who it's from. But yeah, Victory at Sea. This would be about half the size, maybe. If this was Victory at Sea, it'd be about half the size, because that's the Warlord game. I keep thinking, I think this is still bigger than Micronauts. Of course, geez, I don't know if I ever got to see a Micronauts anything except just their sailing ships, so it might actually be Micronaut sized. I could be wrong, but maybe it is actually Micronaut sized. Of course, we will be doing some glazy things on here. Got those crazy little 5-inch guns there. So, Valfer, the one thing I kind of hoped was that, well, a lot of folks would have no idea what any of this is. So it would kind of give us a little bit of cover. Because just nobody would know what it is they're looking at. And, we'll have to... Well, I tell you, these tripod masts, I'm trying to be as delicate as I can around these things. The other reason why I'd want to print out, well, like even the Regia Marina, is just to kind of show how primitive the U.S. ships looked at that time in comparison to even, say, the Richelieu or the Littorio or Roma or whatever. I mean, much less your German ships. Of course, I think the South Carolina the North Dakota class was going to be. It was launched right around this time, or just after this. Hey there, Mishap Damage. How you doing? Boy, it's been a little while. I hope that you're doing really well. Great to see you again. There, so hopefully, Grand Oracle, you can maybe have some fun this weekend working on some miniature stuff. Again, right now, it's just a little bit of dry, brushy stuff here, and that's it. Keeping things simple for right now. So I'm glad that you're doing well there, Mishap Damage. Of course, well, we posted the latest pictures of all the Arnor stuff that we've been painting on stream. Actually, Mishap Damage, if there's anything, wait till there. Well, actually, there's a few people in the chat there. If you wanted to share anything that you've been painting of late, please go ahead and do that. Here we go. Okay, I'm just going to work some of this in here. And then we'll do some of our glazy stuff. Obviously, we got to get the red on the tops of the turrets. We have to get a deck color in there, too. Fortunately, he had actually an extra sprue of turrets. And then, of course, a couple of, well, an extra float plane launcher. Because, well, there's two of them on this ship. And at first I only saw the one and I went, wait a minute, there's supposed to be one of them sitting on top of a turret there. Actually, well, Grand Oracle probably, actually, Grand Oracle, ironically enough, would you mind shooting me an Instagram message with a link to that, just to remind me there? Well, that sounds fun there. That sounds very fun there, Mishap Damage. That definitely sounds very fun. Now, one of the things I'm going to try and get prepped, save for the weekend streams here, would be some stuff from Signum. So I've got actually a whole diorama, plus I got some other individual figs here. So yeah, we'll probably be doing some stuff from Signum over the next few days here, because they have a new Kickstarter campaign underway, I believe. Here, let me get this fantail a little bit lighter here. I'm going to go a little bit stronger with the Radiant Indigo that is not Radiant. Not too heavy on it, but again, we're going to be doing some glazy things. We have obviously some weathering type stuff we want to do too. I think there was one. Yeah, I think I snapped something off of here just as I was trying to get it off of the sprues, or no, I was trying to do the initial cleaning of it. I think, yeah, something got snapped off of there. All right, let's start to do some watery type stuff here. I might just even grab one of these brushes to do that. Hey there, Kingfisher Games. How you doing? So Kingfisher, it was an STL file. Let me see if okay, there's this. Oh, I have to print that Babylonia the Collector. That's right. Let me. It's. I think it might not be too difficult for me to find. Nice to see you there, Nurgle Matthew. Oh, but I really wish I could print out that church ruin there. But it says it is from Lee McCall. So Coco's Models, Lee McColl. No, Lee McColl. MCCOLL. Thanks, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. Now let's start doing a little something here with our water. It's almost sort of kinda like a pre-glaze here. Kinda sorta maybe. A little bit. Thanks, Velfira. Well, you were the one that discovered them, so it is your honor to do that. And again, there's all kinds of, you can get individual ships or you can get whole fleets. I think it's really, really nifty stuff. Oh, and of course we did our usual water effect here for the water, using our heavy gloss gel for that. So great to see you there, Kingfisher. I hope that your Thursday was fantastic. Now, boy, so mishap damage. There's a bunch of stuff that I'm really looking forward to printing out. And as some more busts. I don't know if you've seen some of those, some of the ones that we printed out and done on some of the tutorial videos. You know what? I'm just going to put a little bit of that up here, and then we'll go strong with the indigo afterwards. Alright, so we've got that. Now let's start to... Let me grab a different brush. Yep, I'm just going to grab this one here. So yeah, we've been doing a whole bunch of them on the Patreon page. I mean, here's just a couple of examples. It's actually the same one here. This is one of the fabulous 3D printed busts. So yeah, we did a whole bunch of busts. We actually just did... No, I can't... Can I reach it from here? Oh yeah, no, that's not that one. No, I can't reach that. Although, oh, here's... Since Bithron is here, I can show this and it won't terrify him. So this is also the latest Patreon vid. This went up yesterday, I think. No, today. Yeah, actually, this went up on the Patreon page today. That's that thing from Titan Forge. Yeah, nope. I'm gonna grab me a little bit of that. That's it. That's it. Some of our radiant green. Now, let's, do we have this? Yeah, you can see what I'm doing there. So now we're going to start to foam this up a little bit. Like you do. Continue here. This will obviously get much, much lighter. Our churn there right by the screws. And then we want this to kind of, again, follow. So that's your regular waves there, obviously. So yeah, these are not very, very large, that's for sure. They are not ginormous files. Again, I can try to print them out a little bit bigger, but the thing is they won't fit on screen, so that's why we kind of kept them at this size here. Yeah, we're doing some more of our light stuff there. And mishap damage, I don't know if you saw, well, we did a lot of Bretonian stuff. Lots of Bretonians. Our Tomb Kings, of course. And, from Highland Miniatures and also Titan Forge. Where's our little kitty right there? I still have to print out some more of these because those were really, 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 really fun. Again, letting that mix, doing its thing. Take some of this and transfer that over here. And more of the radiant blue now, I think. Also might put a little bit of thinner in with that. Oh, gee whiz, yeah, we gotta get close. There we are. Gotta get a little closer. Otherwise, we're gonna have no crest or anything like that. And this is the exact same technique that we use on all of our Armada stuff. Here, let me get that closer to the stern. There. And of course, Valfer, these will be perfect for some painting small-scale miniatures, right? Yes, indeed. Again, just kind of trying to indicate the sort of your regular wave action. We'll be doing some indigo over the top of that. Actually, oh, I did get, remember I was saying that I found someone that did some Battlefleet Gothic ships? And I know obviously they're not any official fleets or whatever. That's another thing that I got for some painting small scale, because I thought that would be really, really fun. Let me grab a little, yeah, let's start getting into more of the fast matte white here. Oh yeah, sure, sure, half damage. Now, lots of super helpful folks here that can maybe find something that you're looking for. So again, we're just going to start to add some of this, some of the latest lights. Well, this is not the latest light. It's something lighter, that's for sure. We will be doing some blending brush action as well. All right, yeah, we got to get some of that right up against the hole too. More of a turn there, okay. Mishap, damn it. Now, the irony there is that I want to find STO files of baseball players and hockey players. First of all, I think it could be really interesting for some painting videos on doing logos and numbers. So obviously a freehand heavy, no doubt about it. Strong on the freehands. Yeah, we're gonna really, we gotta churn this up a lot more back here. For sure. Come on, a little more. There we go. That up against the hole. Now we're gonna get something for a blending brush here. Could maybe even use this. Oh, thanks, Mishap Damage. Yeah, the STO files are really, really handy. Actually, I was just, and I have to try and get those painted before Saturday. A bunch of basically model train folks from my brother Frank for his, well, model train. Tried to do those in S scale for his American Flyer train. Where'd that blending brush go? There you are. Alright, and we're just gonna again let this get smooshed together here. Let's see. So Lee's stuff is mostly 1/1800. So Grand Oracle, I'm pretty sure I don't want to. I think I did not mess with the scale on either of these. Yeah, I think I printed these out as they were. So yeah, I didn't do any adjustment on the scale here. So whatever you're seeing here, that is his scale. Now here's a little bit of the indigo. Obviously we want to darken this up here. So yeah, I didn't mess around with it. I'm about 99.9% sure that I didn't make any adjustments to that. I didn't really think that I needed to. Obviously, they fit on the build plate as is. Okay, so there we go. Just again, some of that. Now we're going to get some of the Prussian blue phthalo green mix in here. No, maybe a little more of the phthalo green. Hey, Roland, how you doing? So Roland, it's I think you saw all of the Armada ships that we did. And let me see if I'm gonna find some that show that reasonably well here. Well, you can even see it there. Yeah, you can see it on those couple of ships there. And of course, let me see, where's our more of a fleet here? Oh, nope, not there, not there. We'll get there. We are. So it's our Empire of Dust fleet. You can really see the water effects there on the Dictator, and then I think we have a regular fleet somewhere here. Oh, the Elf fleet. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah. That should be around. There it is. There's the Elf ships. And there's the Armada stuff there. And that's just a tiny portion of it. Hey, Blades. How you doing? Everybody, please give Blades a follow. So, Blades, I hope that you're doing well. Happy... no, it's even. I think it's still a happy Thursday for you. Not for long, but I think it is still a happy Thursday for you. I thought it was 11:38 here, but it's 10:38. It's 11:38 for you. So, Blades, I hope everything is sensational, of course. Thanks, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. I could use me some of that right here. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Oh, it's a Blitzkrieg. Yes, it's a Blitzkrieg between Grand Oracle and Blades. Thank you so much, Blades. So Blades, that all the pictures of the painting that I was showing you, right, of the house and everything. Yeah, that color. My hair was that color, or at least the ends of it, because unbeknownst to me, since I was on the ladder, I had to hold the paint container much closer, up around my shoulders almost, and the wind took my hair into the paint container that I had. So yeah, I had to spend about 20 minutes washing that stuff out of my hair. And yeah, my hair was basically that color. So yeah, that's thanks again, Grant Oracle. Appreciate that. Well, I was on the phone with Kathy's family for gee whiz at least an hour and a half or something like that. Literally right before this. I think I got off the phone with Kathy's mom maybe 7 minutes before the stream started, something like that. So yeah, to see how we're able to kind of do some nifty little blending there along the way. Yeah, Blades, fortunately, I was able to pretty much wash that out of there. But I was that was not what I was expecting when I looked and I went, okay, I have hair that's the same color as the garage now, and now the house. That was one of the more unexpected results of the work yesterday, that's for sure. And now, of course, Blades, I think you've heard the legendary story of the Repricon painting contest. It was this crazy, well, it was called drunken speed painting, and since Ian and I, we weren't going to be having, we had early classes to do, so we were not going to imbibe in that at all. We had to have other penalties, and my penalty was that I had to paint with my left hand, with my hair, while Ian was actually holding the miniature while we were walking around. And that's where the Wapple Sable first emerged, was there. It was during that particular contest. Yeah, Valfira, that was very unexpected. I went, wait a minute, what is this? And sure enough, I mean, I was able to weaken it by hitting it with, obviously, shampoo and stuff. I was thinking of using dish soap, but I thought, no, that might be a little bit weird on your hair, so I didn't quite use the dish soap. Alright, so you can, again, see our fabulous water effects there. Let's get back to this here. So, Blades, I thought you would get a kick out of that. I thought I had actually mentioned it in our messages, but then I realized, no, I don't think I ever did message that. And let's put it this way, that was only one of the 4 sides of the house that has to get painted, so there's plenty more opportunities for that. So Valfir, if I'm also hawking a Winsor Newton hair cleaning product, then you know that I was unsuccessful in avoiding getting the house paint in my hair. Now I think I can go to the next level of brightness here on our water effect. Let's do that here. Let's do that. Pretty much going to the straight up fast matte white. Oh, let me get back to our reference too. That would help. I'm looking at an STL file. I'm like, that doesn't look very much like water. Looking again for the raised portions here. Like so. So I'm glad that some chuckles could be had from that. Kathy's mom certainly got a laugh out of it. No doubt about it. So Grand Oracle, no bases. Like I was saying, this was done exactly the same way. It's just a piece of plastic card and the same water effects like we always do. So there are no bases. Again, exactly what I did here. You can sort of, yeah, you can see even, if I hold it like that, you can kind of see, there you go, you can see some of the water effects around it. I just realized that all of my painted ships are actually in the hands of Mantic. They're taking those to various conventions, so I actually don't have them here. Yeah, I was going to grab some of those to be able to show, and I went, oh, yeah, I don't have any of them here. Hey there, Denethor. So Denethor, it's the same heavy gloss gel that we use for everything, for creating the fire effects, for creating the icicles, right? So where's my, I think this shows it. It's the same stuff that we use to make the icicle. It's the same stuff. Oh, gee whiz, let me see. Do I have one here that's got some fire? Yep. It's the same stuff we use to sculpt the fire. So great to see you there, Denethor. It's like, I'm really not a fan of Gandalf, but I can really see where he's going with these tiny ships. I mean, that doesn't look very comfortable. So yes, like I was just showing here, again, I have a bunch of videos, and you can see that that is a raised texture. Remember all those pictures I was just showing of the Armada stuff? Oh, here's another example. So again, see the icicles on that T-3485, same deal. Also here, right there. Also, you can see the waterfall effect here. Where's my Faramir? There it is. So you can see the waterfall effect right there. Again, it's all heavy gloss gel. I use it for rivers. Oh, also, yeah, here's another place we use it. Where's some of my terrain over here? So see, that's the heavy gloss gel on the roof there. And when it's painted, it just looks like thatch. So it's the Wonder material. Denethor, this I think it's the stuff from Golden. Liquitex, to me they're the same. Denethor, I don't know if you've seen some of the latest videos, but I've been trying the Green Stuff World version, which seems to work okay. It is different. There is definitely some, it's not just the same exact stuff. I couldn't tell you what the difference is, but there is a difference. Haven't been able to figure out what the difference is yet. So you can see rolling here as I'm doing this, right? All I'm doing is just catching the raised surface of the waves. That's it makes it so darn easy. Let me tell you. Where is it? Here it is. So that's the heavy gloss gel. That's from Golden. I will say get the smaller container. Unless you're going to be doing a big honkin' river project or something like that, just get the smaller container, use it up, get another one. You're better off doing that, as I found out, because as that stuff sits in the container, it ages and doesn't necessarily age super well. So yeah, that's a little bit easier if you just say, all right, I'm just gonna do what I can with this, use the entire container. If I need more, I'll get more. So yeah, Denethor, either one seems to work just about the same. I couldn't tell you a difference between, say, the Golden and the Liquitex one, but there definitely is a difference between the Green Stuff World one. It almost, it's like it's got this almost like a bluish tint to it or something. So here, Roland Ray, that's actually me just kind of, again, picking up the texture there. I don't have to paint that in. I'm literally just picking up that texture there. Denethor, I figured I would let my hard lesson keep you from having to learn that same hard lesson. Because yeah, that was a tough lesson to learn. As I went, oh, you know what? There's still about a third of this jar left, but it's not terribly usable. Now you can see all that, see all the teal colors there, the turquoise and everything. I'm able to kind of throw this over the top. Oh, and Blades, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead, do that. Sorry if I forgot. Denethor, if you want to share some of your stuff, same thing. Velfair, you want to share your dragon in the chat there. So you can see as we get a little further into this, more and more of the light on top of the wake here. Whoops, let's move that out of the way. And now we really need to pump this up here. And once again, you can see we just changed the texture a little bit there. We just changed the texture. Again, we're making sure we have a lot of our lightest light here in the in the immediate area of the stern. Get that over here now too. So you can see all I have to do is essentially just do a bit of a dry brush right there. Yeah, Denethor, once it's open, all bets are off. Found that out the hard way. I just thought, well, it's closed, right? It's sealed. But no, that again, as it sits around, it does start to, doesn't necessarily dry out like to it's unusable. But to try and do the special, the specialty effects that we want to do, then it becomes way less usable. I think if you're just going to use it kind of the way most people use it, maybe for setting up a painting surface on a canvas or whatever, that'd be a different story, I suppose. Doesn't have to be quite be that pristine consistency. Yeah, Grand Oracle, I really need to get this, I need to get some brightness in here. And it really does the trick, and it's still mixing, right, with all the stuff that we already have there, which is, well, pretty nifty, right? And it definitely does, you know, the color that's already there, it definitely gets onto the brush, that's for sure. But you can see all those little subtextures in there. I'm not painting that on. I'm just painting what's there. And that's what's super fabulous. You can see the difference there. A little bit of a difference between the two. Let's do that on this one here. Getting going with the fast matte white here. It really doesn't take long before it kind of mixes with what's there, and then it's not really white anymore. Gets, again, this crust right here. Ooh, there's another one right here. Somehow missed that. There's another one here. So again, you can see how it twists and changes. Everybody, please check out that link that Denethor just posted. So Denethor, again, happy Friday to you. We still have 1 hour and 7 minutes of a happy Thursday here. So Valfira, hopefully all of the recovery stage and stuff is going well there too from the other week. You know, I'm gonna hit this again right there. Another batch of it here. And I always, just in case, I have myself my blending brush here. Look at that. See, we're able to soften that very nicely, aren't we, Sarge? How you doing? Thanks for the rocks there, Sarge. Appreciate that. So what was it, Grand Oracle? We determined that these are probably 1/1800 scale. I mean, I was wondering if they were 1/1500 scale, something like that, kind of more your micronaut type scale there. So great to see you, Sarge. Speaking of this type of stuff, do you think you'll get a chance to do a little bit on the Tigre this weekend? And of course, well, we still have a little bit of happy Normandy Day, of course. It's still the 6th here. It's still the 6th for Sarge. I mean, you can see, look at that side versus this side right here.
So say we all.
Oh, geez, thanks, Sarge. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Sarge, it's so funny because when I read that as files, and I was because that's all you've been talking about are these files right here, and I didn't. I thought time files, and then I looked at it again and went, ah, yeah, well that's the brain being a not brain thing there, reading flies as files. So again, having a nice little fun time with the wake there. And then we'll start to get into some of our glazy things here. Of course. Here, let's get, again, some of our lighter stuff into this. Yeah, just drag that over the top. There we go. And again, we have our blending brush at the ready. Look at that. See how that just tones that down very nicely. And this is the same exact technique that we used on the fantasy ships. Works just fine on these. There we go. So Valfira, once once I knew I wanted to find some color pictures of this, I kind of did the same thing that you did, and just said, well, let's look for some model kits. Let's look for some model kits. Actually, the color reference that I'm using on this right here is literally from the Arizona Memorial Museum. So I'm hoping that means that it's about as accurate as you're going to get. Should be, anyways. Oh, here, let me do this. I'm going to also try to sneak the lightest stuff here on the top of the tripod masts. And I think, well, here, let me switch my references. One sec. What's weird is it does actually go down part of the tripod masts. It's just weird to think that these are 3-story buildings sitting on the top of these. Well, technically 3 stories, and then the anti-aircraft nest up there. Yeah, yeah, 1, 2, 3, and then the anti-aircraft gun nest up there. And look at how thin these tripod masts are. Holy smokes. They are really, really, really thin. Okay, so that also gets our white. A teensy bit under here, your conning tower and your range finder. Ah, there we go. Now, of course, seeing this, I keep thinking, do they have a West Virginia or a Tennessee that is somehow printable? And the only reason I say that is, how the heck do you do the birdcage style masts? Hey there, Ghoul Studio. How you doing? Welcome back. Thank you so much for the raid, of course. Appreciate that. This is a little something different here, Ghoul Studio. Yes, we're not doing Lord of the Rings Arnor Cavalry right now. We actually have a pair of ships that we are working on. So a little bit of this is a delayed anniversary of Battle of Midway, and of course, still technically D-Day. So we have Arizona here, and we have Enterprise here. Thanks, Ghoul Studios. Appreciate that. And of course, it's the same exact water technique that we use on all of our, and you can see the texture there. So that's actually a texture that we sculpted on there. The ships themselves are 3D printed, and we'll show you again. Now, these are some fantasy ships, but the exact same idea here. So we're going to get down there so you can see some of them here. So get the same exact water effects that we used. Here's the elf ships right there. And there's some Basilean ships. So the exact same techniques that we used Let me see. Okay, I think I can scroll down here to get to a few more of the ships. Where are we at here? Oh no, I scrolled past them. Never mind. But everybody, please give Ghoul Studio a link. Oh, here we go. Sarge, so 3 years ago today, Sarge, we painted that Dauntless. Yeah, 3 years ago today, on the very day, we painted that. And that texture. So done with this. It's the same stuff that we use for a whole bunch of different things. Where the heck did where did my guy with my flame example? Oh, there he is. It's the same stuff we use to sculpt flames. It is the same stuff that we use to sculpt icicles. You can see more fabulous icicles over here on our T3485. So more icicles there. Also water effects. Let me get to my one sec here. Almost there. Faramir, there he is. So you can see that waterfall. That's also the same stuff. But wait, there's more. There's definitely more. Here you go. Look at that. That's the same heavy gloss gel thatch roof. So instead of screwing around with the teddy bear fur and all that nightmarish stuff, how's about you just take your heavy gloss gel, boom, you do that, and then you paint that. And of course we have a whole, look at that. We have a bunch of different buildings with the same heavy gloss gel on all of the roofs. So yeah, Ghoul Studio, it's an amazing, amazing thing. I mean, it's spectacular and it works really, 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 really well. And of course, it works for a bunch of other things too. So if you want to do the waterfall effect, and I have a bunch of videos on the YouTube channel showing how to use that. You basically take a piece of plastic. I mean, you could use, you get something from the grocery store, right? And it's one of those plastic containers, and you normally just chuck the whole thing in the garbage. If you save the lid, because the lid is flat, you can actually basically just paint that waterfall texture on the lid. You let it dry, and it has a little bit of tackiness to it. You can literally stick that to parts of your waterfall, and well, you just go from there. Yes, indeed. Hey, Stretch Pretzel, nice to see you back. Happy Thursday/Friday. See, we just did a little blending brush right there. Little bit of blending brush. Oh, and by the way, 53 minutes ago, these had no paint on them. These are completely paint-free objects right here. Now, Denethor, believe it or not, that heavy gloss gel, it's best if you have the actual heavy gloss gel. And again, if you want to do rivers or anything like that, it really is, it's the bee's knees, as they might say. Valfair, actually, I told Kathy's mom about your your chargeable fans there. Oh, geez, Valfair, that's right. I got to look for some of those. I got to see if there's some of those on Amazon. I still am thinking about getting one of those super heavy. I mean, I got the one it's supposed to be 1100 watts. I got it on sale for about 500. But there's a part of me that's thinking, there's those ones that are about 1200 or so that are supposed to run refrigerators and like real serious heavy duty stuff. I'm definitely considering getting one of those. Because then we're prepared for the zombie apocalypse, Valfair, if anything else. I mean, you got to prepare for zombies. Sarge, yeah, there's also on the AZ there. You got wood planking there. Ghoul Studio, if you want to post anything in the chat, I know you got to kind of head out and do post streams. I understand that. But if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Everybody, again, please give Ghoul Studio a follow if you can. Now, of course, this is a little bit different than all the Arnor stuff we've been painting. Oh, by the way, finished images of these all the Arnor stuff that I've painted, all 14 miniatures. Those are actually up on the Instagram. On the Instagram. Hey Blades, I don't know if did you see the Instagram stuff and you saw those crazy little clear blocks. That's something I might actually. I might even do a whatchamacallit, like a little video on that because those things worked out so well. Well, let's put it this way: I got some things that didn't work out as well. And in the process of while I was getting those, I saw these other things, and I went, "Well, I'll get these two, and we'll see which one works better." Well, I know which one works better. Yeah, Velfira. I mean, well, it was 48 hours, wasn't it? I know there was kind of well, there was a 24 and 48 hour. I think it was 20. No, it was 48. Well, it was whatever it was too long, right, Velfira? Blades. Yeah, I'll have to get you the link to those. Now, of course, it's really more handy for folks that are shooting multiple miniatures in the same photograph. But I actually, now that you actually just reminded me, I wanted to do a video on this. That's yeah, I want to do a video on this because I also have a little new photo setup thing that I got from Amazon, and I also want to test that. So yeah, don't be surprised if you see that as a tutorial video. 48 for the internet. Okay, I see, Velfer. At least I wasn't imagining things. There was kind of a twofer there. So Stretch Pretzel, this is to well celebrate a couple of different anniversaries. Now I wasn't streaming on the anniversary of the Battle of Midway, and this is what we painted 3 years ago on the anniversary, right here. So basically 3 years ago today we painted this. Obviously, too, we've got you have the anniversary of Normandy, so that's why we have our Arizona here too. So Blades, again, great. Blades, great to see you here. Oh, Blades, I think I might have told you that I found the Blackberry Ginger Ale and also the Touch of Fruit on Amazon. Not cheap. Not cheap, I'll tell you that. But then we're not exactly drinking that like just a glass of water every day. So Stretz Pretzel, my dad he was in the Marines, and he was actually training in New Zealand for Operation Downfall. So he was actually training for the invasion of Japan. We actually have a New Zealand coin that he actually turned into a ring. So he basically just hammered the sides of it, kept hammering the sides of it, turned, obviously kind of a flat round shape, and then he drilled out the interior. And I believe it was a 1942 New Zealand coin. Yeah, Velfira, we kind of had no choice, right? Because we had to paint all of the insignia on there. Because that aircraft was actually from Wasp. No, from Hornet. Sorry. So yeah, not the right markings on it, and we wanted specifically Enterprise markings, didn't we? So yeah, I actually had to change gears on that and do all the freehand. That sounds good there, Sarge. I can't call it what we used to call it in Boy Scouts on the stream here, but it did have something to do with shingles. So nice to see. Yeah, that's actually you're making me hungry there, Sarge. Didn't necessarily have a normal kind of full supper. There was so many different things going on, so I'm a bit famished there. That's for sure. You get a little bit more of the, right, okay, now that I've got some of that taken off, we can hit this stuff. And we'll get into some of our glazy things too. So basically, it was that on bread, and it was known as a certain thing on a shingle. Okay, yeah. Let me get back to, I have my Arizona reference. I need to get to my, there we are. I need to get to that reference. Here. Let's just kind of ghost this in here for now. There we are. Yep, blades. That's it. And actually, oh, blades. Yeah, I would have made some fromage today, but I'm supposed to the next couple of days. Obviously, with all the family coming in. Yeah, I didn't want to have any fromage sitting around, going uneaten. But as soon as they head out, we'll have to get back to our fromage. You can never have too much fromage, right, blades? No such thing. So yep, there you go. Valfera knows what we're talking about. Ah, yeah. Let me get there. We go. Somehow I didn't get my lightest light there. Ah, elusive ghost. Nice to see ya. Happy Tuesday. Sorry, happy Friday there, elusive goose. I hope that your morning is going very well. I'm just very excited to get actually a chance to do our water effects on something other than just the Armada ships. So this is a very, very, very fun here. Alrighty, now let us grab. Oh, there you are. Where's some of that Van Dyke? I'm just gonna throw some new Van Dyke Brown out here. Where the heck are you? There you are. Throw me some new Van Dyke Brown out here. Well, I guess technically, blades, I did have some fromage today. It was just they had some Munster cheese and some Colby Jack cheese, like the little bricks of cheese, real cheap today. And right after, just as I was about to get off the phone with Kathy's mom, I just was like cutting some pieces. I cut the cheese, so to speak. Now, this is just straight up Van Dyke Brown here. I'm even going to chuck some of this out here. And we're going, that's full on PLW right there. That is a pin line wash for sure. So, elusive goose, I hope that you're doing well. Blades, I'm really excited about those stupid little plastic blocks. Of course, I feel like a moron because somehow I feel like those have been around for years, only I didn't know it. And literally just wish that, I don't know, I've had those for about the last 20 years. Kind of that's how it goes, right, blades? Now here, this is some of the Mars black, a little bit of the indigo too. That's for down in here. Stretch Pretzel still has that bayonet from the Battle of the Somme. Stretch Pretzel, boy, it's been a while. I need to get listening to my Sabatone again. Yeah, I need to get listening to my Sabatone because they have actually some really, really fantastic. Some of my favorite Sabatone songs are actually from their First World War selection. They have some fantastic songs from again the World War One selection. Now that's more of the indigo right there. And now we're going to try and squeeze in uh, again some of our a little bit of our Terra Rosa in there. Not much, but a little. So Elusive Goose, the same. Oh, here we also have our Arizona here. So this same guy here, he has a whole variety of collections. He has the Regia Marina. Obviously, he has a whole selection of Royal Navy stuff. A bunch of different American ships. Obviously, Kriegs. I think he. I don't know. Let me go back and see if he has. Nope, that's not it. There it is. Let me see if he also has the French Navy too. So, well, that's not taking me back there. Again, we're just throwing a little bit of some brown on here. So he's got Royal Navy, Kriegs, Regia Marina, IGN or IJN. He does have French Navy. He does have French Navy. Let me see what he's got there. So he does have. He has a couple of cruisers. He has the Dunkirk. That's got to be Richelieu. Yep, he has Richelieu. So there must also be like a Jean Bart class there. There's got to be. All right, let me hit the hole here once again. Let me get some of that taken off of there. Stritz Pretzel, that's really fantastic. Yeah, that's sensational. So yeah, so yeah, there's a whole collection. So yeah, you got Dunkirk, you got Richelieu. You could certainly do Mirza Al Kabir with those ships. All right, we're gonna set you aside. We'll grab you now. And again, he's got the fleet packs as well. So you can get individual ships. You can also get the fleet packs. Back to the Indigo and some of the Mars Black here. So is that Royal Oak? Yeah, he has Royal Oak. I don't know if he has Barham. Let's see. Oh, so he has Illustrious class. He does have Barham. Boy, he's got like a whole fleet of Doom ships. I mean, it's literally like the Navy of Doom there. He's got Barham. He's got. I think he probably has HMS Hood too. I'm sure he has Ark Royal. I'm guessing that he also has like Repulse and Renown too. Gee whiz, we get those files, we're going to have to be referring to it as the Underwater Navy right there. Holy smokes. Now again, we're doing some of our darker glazy things in here. Again, utilizing the indigo, the Mars black here. Might need to get me some more out there, but we'll see. We also have to get the red on top of the turrets. Air recognition, right? Let's see. Oh my gosh, he actually has one of the coastal ships. He has the Erebus class. What was that? A 15-inch gun on an insane raised turret. Yeah, he has an Erebus class there. Yep, there's Exeter, there's Hood. So he has a complete underwater navy. Look at that. That was a very unique class of submarines. Man, I'm just looking through it. I expected him to have maybe one or two of those. And of course, he has the Nelson slash Rodney class of ships there. I'm sure he has the KGV. He must have. He's got all these other ones. He's got to have that too. Ah, boisterous Fetzel. Ooh, I'm kind of envious there. You actually, I think you have more colors of Steinerres almost technically than I do, or at least as many. Oh, now by the way, the primer I did on this was the black. It was the gray, and I also mixed some of this in there, so it made a really fabulous kind of an indigo type of a color. Hey there, Green Fairy, how you doing? Well, hopefully this Thursday was okay, and certainly not too much Monday, because we don't want Mondays, right? All right, well, I'll sit you to this. No, 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 no. Let me do this. Let me do this and get back to my fast matte white here, so that we can work a little bit more on this blending brush. Where'd you go? There you are. So we do have a series on the Patreon page called Painting Small Scale. Up until now, it's been all Battlefleet Gothic stuff. However, I will be taking some of my 3D printable tanks, like, oh, I don't know, this one. I also have a bunch of historical stuff, but we'll print these out in really small scale, basically Flames of War scale. And that's going to be, but now that I have these ships here, I can, yeah, we're going to have to do some of these as a part of our painting small scale here.
So say we all.
Oh, thanks, Stretch Pretzel. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Boy, Stretch Pretzel, that was one of my favorite colors, which of course is why I don't have any anymore. I really love the oceanic blue. That is an absolute fave of mine. Green Fairy, it would be fun because now does that go on octagon style shaped bases? Because obviously we could do some real interesting bases slash diorama type stuff. Maybe even BattleTech terrain or something like that. Maybe if we want to get even more into it. I'm sure you would. I'm sure Bithron would hate that, right? Green Fairy, he would totally hate that. Yeah, let's get juice this up with some more of our lightest light here. So it is on hex bases. So yeah, Elusive Goose. It's interesting just how many times certain the mothballed, then brought out again, then re-mothballed, then turned into museum ships. It's gonna be like the Battlestar Galactica with the what was that? They had the gift shop. Remember on the starboard launch platform? They never bothered to take out the gift shop there, so they only ever had the port launching pod. Actually, it was pretty wild. In my Instagram feed showed up the basically the hull of the Kentucky being hauled for scrap because obviously they never finished that. There was a couple of Iowa classes, ironically enough, the Kentucky and the Illinois that they never finished. So Stretch Pretzel, I just do the one coat. That's it, just the one coat. Especially with the oils, right? We're gonna be painting over it anyhow, so it's not a really don't have to fret too much about that. That's for sure. Where's my blending brush again? There you are. Okay, let's get back to Enterprise here. Do the same thing like you do. Move you over. So unfortunately on the Armada bases, there's typically not much room to play with stuff like this. Let's just say that I was going to make this big enough for me to be able to play with this kind of stuff. I really wanted to be able to have some fun with this. There you are. Obviously not quite. Let me just thin this down then. Fine, more thinner, whatever. We have a super light grip on our brush, of course. There. So again, we need to have basically what the water's doing, right? And then our ship cutting through. So you have kind of you have multiple effects here. You have your regular water. Then you have obviously your bow cutting through. These pre-hurricane bow, of course. And then that's going to, the hydrodynamics going to have that go up against the side of the ship. And then here in the stern, you're going to have plenty of churn where your props are back here. We're going to try to create even more churn back here. More there. Okay, a little bit more of our lights there. Alright, now let me see. Can't mess with the deck there, but I think I can start to get some of our red here on the turrets. Here. Start working this in. And ironically enough, it was only on 3 of the 4 turrets. They did not bother with the one that had the float plane launcher, so such as it is. Let me see if I can go a little more now with the Napthol Scarlet here. Also gives it a little opacity. Stretched pretzel, ironically enough, with the 1/700 scale ships, I've been thinking about trying to 3D print crew members for those, because I think you heard about my diorama idea. This is something I've wanted to do for years, because I have a 1/700 scale West Virginia, basically December 7th, 41, and then I also have an August 44 West Virginia, completely reconstructed, obviously. And I wanted to have, it was going to be a diorama called From Pearl to Surigao. And the idea is that it's on a turntable, and on one side you would have West Virginia obviously sunk with all of the battle damage and everything. Oil in the water, all that kind of stuff. Then you would turn it around, kind of on a Lazy Susan type of a thing. Then you'd turn it around on the other side, you would see your reconstructed West Virginia from the Battle of Surigao Strait. Because obviously that's something that a lot of folks really don't realize, that with the exception of this and Oklahoma, all of those ships were not just raised, but they were raised and modernized. I do believe that Nevada and Tennessee were only actually sunk in the Bikini Atoll nuclear tests. There's a bizarre image of Nevada painted orange. And I forget why they painted it orange for the nuclear tests, but they did. Elusive Goose, that sounds fantastic. Ooh, well, speaking of which, Little Wars. I was working. I painted this live for folks using the oil paints, of course. Oh, here's the ultimate unicorn. It's like the unicorn of unicorns. There, we did this one there too. That is quite the even more of a unicorn than say the T-35 or a mouse. Because everybody knows about the mouse. Most folks don't know about that other unicorn. Technically, even though there were 5 of those made versus, well, technically no mouse, there was sort of a prototype made. So just starting to maybe work in a little bit of some deck action here. And it's going to, well, start to contrast nicely with our water effects now, too. So this is the December 41 color scheme as opposed to the earlier sort of 1930s color scheme where it's pretty much just all white. So this is sort of your dark gray blue with the white up on the top of your tower or your tripod masts there. Okay, so they do show that as also being this color here. Now, I can't find, I only know where one of my cruel seas, because I painted an entire Regia Marina. Again, that's what we painted 3 years ago, literally 3 years ago today. We painted up that. I'm just looking to see if I can find my Regia Marina here. So I'm looking more for my, no, I don't see it there. Oh, we got some of our Book of Wapple stuff there. Nope, that's not what I'm looking for. No, not those. Not there. Not there either. No, oh, wait. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Oh, here we go. There. So that's actually one of the videos on the YouTube channel right there. So I did paint several Cruel Seas ships as some tutorial videos. I think there's 4 of them at least. I mean, I'm just getting back to my screener. It takes a little while to scroll all the way back. There we go. Trying to work in more of this here on the deck. And oh, even here, also wood there. Also here. We'll just work the indigo stuff back into there. It was easier, just easier to do it this way. It also shape. Oh, you know what? We can zoom in here. There we go. We got one zoom. So yeah, but that dauntless that we painted there, that's actually I had to freehand all of the insignia on there. Well, first of all, I hate decals, absolutely hate them. But that was not the correct markings that I wanted, so I actually had to paint all those on there. I do have several 1/48 scale planes. I got a 262, I have a Faux Galore, I have a Diwatine. But now also with the 3D printing, I now have some essentially 1/48, 1/50 scale aircraft. I would like a Junkers transport plane. I was really wanting one of those too. And you can say there used to be guns out of here too. That classic dreadnought style architecture here really shows just how old and obsolete this thing was. Now, yeah, Denethor, I can only imagine, right? I mean, that is, unlike, say, other combat environments. That's one where the environment is trying to kill both sides. So it's a you're fighting the other guy plus all of the elements too. Stretz Pretzel, really enjoy it. I've got 17 different armies in various stages of completion. I got massive armies already done. Let me see if I can. Here we go. So we've got. This is just a little. This is a tiny peek here of some of the stuff we've done. Again, this is a tiny. This is actually the latest army I did. That was my Monte Cassino Fallschirmjägers. Have whole kinds of early war stuff, Soviets, French, German, you name it. Obviously there's some more stuff for the desert, and I have 4 actually bolt action battle reports up on the YouTube channel. This was our kind of redoing of the Battle of Arras with a few changes. That's the bridge to Nouvion right there. There's my early war French. Again, that's the Monte Cassino Fallschirmjägers right there. So yeah, you can check out. I've got again 4 different battle reports on the YouTube channel. Really enjoyed doing those. Let me get back to my scene. There we go. Now they are doing a version 3, so I would say if you're thinking about getting it, wait till I guess it's September when version 3 actually comes out. Just yeah, save your pennies. Wait till version 3 comes out, and then jump on it. Because the nice thing is that they've got the theater selectors, and of course they do lots of wild stuff like, well, Sea Lion. Of course, now that Flames of War has done Operation Unthinkable, I've been giving Warlord a hard time saying, okay, when are you guys going to do Operation Unthinkable now? Stretch Pretzel, everything is cheaper than that. Let's put it this way: it's you could buy at least 2 bolt action armies for the price of 1 AOS army. You could probably buy 3 bolt action armies for the price of half of a 40k army. Actually, you could probably buy a bolt action army for the cost of a squad of Space Marines. And that's, I'm not actually exaggerating there. It's that level. Now, obviously, Warlord has raised their prices, but, well, not that much. So Grand Oracle, yeah, I've actually, well, you know, I've been painting the Cruel Sea stuff. That is, I think it's 1/300 scale or 1/350 scale, Grand Oracle. Now, obviously, the biggest, basically, a destroyer would literally be Yamato sized in that game. So you're talking about E-boats. You're talking about minesweepers, mine layers, destroyer escorts. So you're talking about it's small scale stuff. So yeah, Grand Oracle. I have at least 4, if not 5, Cruel Seas videos on the YouTube channel. Yeah, like Grand Oracle says, they're not just gonna, oh, well, yeah, the Italians, they don't exist anymore. That's not gonna happen. So Elusive Goose, that's where I started with miniatures. I used to actually sculpt ships like this out of modeling clay when I was a kid. Let me get some of that. I'll just have to. We'll come back and we'll hit that with our grayish blue again later. Stretch Pretzel. There's well, there's lots of fantastic 3D printable stuff out there now. For me, the only reason I would do it is if Warlord doesn't already make that. I will actually be painting some of the Band of Brothers stuff because, well, that's when they re-release the game in 3rd edition. I think there's also going to be a new Band of Brothers box that comes out. Let's see. So Grand Oracle, I think it's what the main gist of this is. There have been so many of those different theater selectors written. They're trying to kind of unify all of those. So that's kind of the main goal, I think, of this third edition is so that, okay, maybe stuff from Sea Lion and stuff from Barbarossa might be a little more compatible. A little less craziness, maybe. We're going to be coming back with some of our lighter stuff here as we welcome in Hasty Mato. Hasty, how you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. So we have been painting. Oh, here let's zoom out. I think it'll be easier for you to see this. Everybody, please give Hasty Mato a follow if you could, as we zoom out. So again, it's a little bit of a combo anniversary. So Battle of Midway and, well, technically Pearl Harbor, but this is for a little, obviously, memorial to D-Day. And these are a pair of ships that was 3D printed. All of the water texture was modeled, as in heavy gloss gel. You can see the wave effects there on this ship. Created those with the heavy gloss gel, which I've got sitting over here, like so. And this stuff is fabulous. It's like the wonder material. We call it elementium because look at this. I sculpted the fire here with it, and obviously painted over it. And then here you can see the icicles right there. So fire and ice. Also more icicles here, right? Also helped with our snow effects there. And of course, some fabulous waterfall effects here. Let me get to this figure, and you can see them right there. So waterfall effects. But wait, there's even more, because for all of us terrain buffs out there, there we go. The roof, instead of using the teddy bear fur for thatch, heavy gloss gel, you paint it, boom, looks like thatch. Way easier than teddy bear fur, way cheaper than teddy bear fur. Thanks, Nurgle Matthew, appreciate that. Actually, Grand Oracle, I seem to remember talking to you about that. And of course, well, they beached it, right? It was the only ship to get underway. And of course, it usually took hours to build up the steam. And they actually, in a matter of minutes, were able to build up the steam and start heading out. Oh, thanks, Bob. Appreciate that. So, Hasty Mato, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Oh, here's some of the other ships that we have done. So these are Armada ships right here. And the same exact thing, all painted with the oil paints. And we've got some other, here we go, yes, some more of the orc ships right there. Let me see. Now, of course, this, that's not the heavy gloss gel. That was done with the Daz air dry clay. A little bit of Daz air dry clay there. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link there from Hasty Mato. And while you're at it, please give Hasty Mato a follow. So thank you so much for the raid, Hasty. Appreciate that. Also, too, 1 hour and 34 minutes ago, these two ships had no paint on them whatsoever. None at all. And of course, well, we've been working on a lot of stuff. We've been working on new Bretonnian armies. We've been working on our Tomb Kings, doing lots and lots and lots of Tomb Kings. And of course, we do a lot of the Shatterpoint stuff here. Where is it? There he is. So we painted these up on stream as well. we've done tons of Shatterpoint stuff on stream, and we're working with regular oil paints right out of the tube. Ooh, this was a this is part of my one of my tutorial series on the Patreon page. Again, done with the oil paints. They go faster, Green Fairy, except Green Fairy, you're not restricted to red. They go faster, but you're not restricted to red. How do you like that? That's not too shabby. Yeah, Grand Oracle, I could only imagine what, not just the sights, but the sounds and even the smells and everything like that. So glad that you were able to. Now, I don't know if somebody recorded that, and I'm not sure he would have liked it very much if someone did. But that is pretty valuable right there. Now, it definitely goes faster, especially if you eat some of it, right, Green Fairy Studios? And oh wait, Grand Oracle, remember I was telling you about the Franklin? That there was actually somebody that was on board the Franklin, and let's just say he did not have kind words for the captain. He did not have very kind words for the captain at all. And he was actually, well, we'll pretend this is an Essex class, but he was on one of the anti-aircraft platforms here, and he basically had to jump off. So he had to basically jump off, I think it was like 95 feet from here down into the water. And he landed up next to a pilot who basically had to jump out of his plane. And I think he actually broke his ankle on the way down, or when he hit the water, because again, 95 feet's a long way down, and water is hard. Just again, trying to work in some more of the deck color here, where we can. It sure does, doesn't it, Green Fairy? Again, still working on the deck color here. Then we'll again come back to some of our blues again. But first, we just want to get this, since we're going to end up hitting all of our blue stuff anyways. Yeah, Grand Oracle, at that pretty much, at that point, you're just kind of rolling the dice, right? Now, of course, I'm not even sure somebody who's an expert in diving routinely would want to jump 95 feet into some churning water. Hey, Twilight Walker, how you doing? Thank you so much for the kind words. These are 3D printed here. And since he has a plethora of ships also from other fleets like the Regia Marina and of course your Royal Navy, IJN, French Navy, Kriegs, all that kind of stuff, we'll certainly get more of those files. Actually, Just Bob, this is something we call film noir here. Now, and it's kind of a valuable teaching tool. So with this here, obviously we have orange versus kind of a dim green contrast. Bright orange, dim green. You've got the bright turquoise, the magenta, right? Now watch what happens when we do a little thing we call film noir. Wow, all that contrast just went away. There's no orange, there's no green, there's no turquoise, there's no magenta. You say, well, there's a little bit of shading, but boy, what happened to all the contrast? Contrast goes bye-bye. Yeah, now here we'll make it come back, and you can see, look at all of that. Big difference there, right? Now, good, we have this. So object source lighting. Well, that goes away for the most part, too, at least being able to tell the difference between the two of them. Start bringing that back. Now you can really start to see it. So this might be a little interesting exercise for you there, Just Bob. Something like that. And again, of course, anybody that has has Normandy relatives or anything like that. And you want to share anything in the chat, please please do so. I mean, this is the appropriate time to do so. Well, it always is, but especially now of all times. Definitely do that. Now, again, of course, Dad being a Marines, obviously training for the invasion of Japan. That's a different perspective. And all of his friends, well, that actually Ray next door, he was a Seabee. Actually, Kathy's grandma, who's now 103, she met Kathy's grandfather on her mom's side. He was injured at Tarawa, and actually her mom was so delirious when I knew exactly what Tarawa was. Obviously, it's a class of ship now, but one part of the island hopping campaign. So she was a nurse, and she met him at the hospital. More of our, there we go. I'm gonna get the some of the light here. Then we're gonna hit the top of the masts. I'm gonna let some of the deck have a chance to set there. But now we're gonna get up to this here. And that should really change this around for sure. Obviously, you have some of the spotlights up there. Just still crazy to think you had this 3-story building sitting all the way up here. Where is... Fine, I'll just use this right now as a blending brush. We'll have to get one of our smaller 18-0 liner brushes out, one that's a little bit less beat up. Start working on this tripod mast up here too. So a Leyte Gulf. Speaking of Surigao Strait. So yeah, Grand Oracle, that is some fabulous family history there. I know on my mom's side, lots of North Africa, Tunisia, Sicily. I believe, yeah, there's a picture of my uncle on my mom's side in an Army Air Corps uniform, riding a camel. Let's get some of our white up here. So our best guesstimate is that these are 1/1800 scale. Again, just using the oil paints here. And they work inside. There we go. And we'll get into the cranes. We're going to put some lighter stuff, obviously, on the turrets there. A little bit of aircraft recognition. Of course, the Italian Navy had the most obvious air recognition on their ships. It didn't really work out too well. They still bombed them anyway. I think, yeah, the Italian ships outside of Toronto, and of course, I'm sure folks are familiar with the Toronto raid. Obviously, that was where the idea for this raid came from. Because the Japanese thought, well, they did all that with like 19 fairy swordfish, aka string bags. They said, yeah, what can we do with some Kates and some Vals? So yeah, Denethor, it takes. Let me. Boy, I wish I had. I'll have to try and dig those up again, because I actually have all of my barbershop
So say
navy.
we all.
Oh, thanks, Doji. Appreciate that. I'm just trying to scroll up here. I'm trying to see if do I have my other. Nope, they're not there. Maybe they would be over here. Just looking for my barbershop navy. All I think I have is this one right there. So that's literally just a tiny little Corvette. That's all they did. That's basically like a battleship for cruel seas. That's about as big of a ship as you're going to see. So thank you so much. Appreciate that, Doji. Here, let me get you. There you go. Thank you so much, Doji. Wow, Sarge's uncle was on the Ajax. Actually, Sarge, Ajax was also at Plate, wasn't it? At the Battle of the River Plate? Or no, no, no. That was, yeah, that was Battle of the River Plate. Or Platte. I never quite know how the heck to say that one. Because it was Ajax, Exeter, and what was the other? There was 3 light cruisers versus Graf Spee. I could swear that Ajax was one of those 3 light cruisers. Because that was, gosh, that was in 1940 during the Sitzkrieg. Blending brush. Yeah, we'll get back into that for more precise stuff. We're just trying to get a feel for things here. And I'm going to start to work a little bit light over here. We might even do yet another little glazy thing on top of some of these. Here. Alright, we're going to get some of that again along the sides of our hull here. But it's always really, really shocking to see just how primitive and these these were less primitive than things like Texas, which of course is still around. And Texas still even has the 5th gun turret on it, I believe. So yeah, that did not go through the same modernization process that a lot of the other ships did. That your Colorado class and New Mexico class. I think Texas was part of the New York class of ships. It's essentially the only true dreadnought era ship that's still around. So you got your crazy, again, a little open 5-inch gun mounts here. That's just insane. Again, we're going to work in some of that. We've got a couple of the float plane launchers there. Catch some of the barrels right there. So I know they just finished the big renovation of Texas. They put it in dry dock and they did all kinds of stuff to it. Patched up a lot of the torpedo blisters, things that were just leaking like crazy. Obviously, scraping off a lot of marine life, as they called it. Where's that anchor? Landing brush again. Here too. So yeah, Ajax, Exeter, and one other light cruiser. They fought the Graf Spee. Graf Spee, for whatever reason, instead of just standing off and using its 11-inch guns, decided to close for some reason. That was very unwise. And obviously, it still pounded the British ships because again they had 6-inch and 8-inch guns to the 11-inch guns of the Graf Spee. But the one key thing that they damaged was the water production on the Graf Spee. So Graf Spee obviously goes into Argentina, into I don't know if it was Buenos Aires or not, but yeah, they go to Argentina, I believe, or was it Ecuador? I think it was Argentina, and they're trying to do repairs. And let's just say that the British put pressure on them, and they said, well, you got to be out of here in 24 hours. Whatever repairs you're doing, you got to do them in 24 hours. So Ajax, Achilles, that's it. Thanks, Sarge. Couldn't remember what the heck the third one was. Doji, I haven't painted any of the Black Sea ships. It's ironic because it's the same system as Armada. Well, Armada is the same system as Black Seas. And actually, I think Doji, you've seen the rat lines, and I was actually thinking about getting some of those to see if I could put them on Armada ships. Okay, so it was Argentina. All right. And of course, the captain, he commits suicide. And then they take the ship out, and instead of doing battle, they scuttle the ship. And obviously, I think there's still parts of that wreck still there to this day. So again, kind of getting our cranes going here. So Grand Oracle says that if you're looking to 3D print some rat lines, Henry Turner has those. See you later there, Hasty Mado. Don't be a hasty little hobbit. So Hasty, again, thank you for the raid. Appreciate that. Everybody please give Hasty Mado a follow if you could. That would be sensational. No. That's too late. Let me go back to my Indigo here. Let's try this. Let's start to get a little bit of some lighter stuff here on the turrets, but without making it too light. Because, yeah, between our deck stuff and then our little glazy thing that we did, that definitely got some hefty amount of dark in there. Yeah, Grand Oracle, I mean, it's not like the sails on the Black Sea stuff are not nice, but I'm sure those would be way nicer. So Grand Oracle, I was really hoping that this would work out okay. I was definitely worried because, well, like all the things we've talked about, right? I'll shoot you some messages about that. But yeah, it was a concern. Now I might actually do a little bit of maybe some weathering on the stuff here. Maybe we will kind of chip some of that away. Just reasons, right? Do some more here. Unify these barrels a little bit more. We'll unify, then we'll come back and maybe lighten those up a little bit more. And here we got to get some more of the tripod masses. Kind of like more of a mid-tone right here. And of course these crazy case-mated guns right there. Definitely not a great idea. because, well, in any kind of heavy seas, you certainly can't use those. So it went to Montevideo in Uruguay. So it was right about Uruguay then. Yeah, and they were not allowed to stay in port to do all the repairs they needed to do. And of course, the British made them think like there was an entire task force on the way. That was not the case. Graf Spee easily could have taken on the ships that they had sent there, but he thought there was this big old task force with some really heavy hitters in it. Gonna get me a little bit more light there, and we'll get some more light on the sides of some of the turrets as well. So yeah, Elusive Goose, that's what I was talking about earlier, Mirs Al Kabir. And that's why I saw that the French Navy was also part of this guy's files. So things like Jean Bart. Now Richelieu wasn't there, but I think Dunkirk was. And I think Dunkirk was definitely one of the ships. And Jean Bart, obviously that took some hits because, well, it was in port. And oh yeah, it was USS Massachusetts. So it got into a gun duel with a ship that was actually at sea. So needless to say, one ship had an easier time targeting the other. See you later there, Doji. It's bakery run time. That's making me hungry there, Doji. So you have a good one, Doji. I'm sure the bakery run will be delicious as always. Let me try and lighten up these cranes here. Now again, we got two ships here that we are working on. Obviously, this one has a little more stuff going on. Oh yeah, the bakery run. That's right. Is sorry, Doji. I forgot that it's Friday morning there, not Saturday morning. Let me get a little bit more on the stack there. Don't want that to be too light, because then our white's not really going to have quite the effect that we want. Now, the one thing, unfortunately, that's missing, there's the two booms, or obviously signal flag booms that should be on either side of the tripod mast there. That was just not part of the file. I was actually thinking about kind of trying to use some of the other really skinny support stuff to maybe create something like that. There just wasn't enough time, unfortunately. You have Velfera, you can never blink. Right? If you ever blink, you will miss something. No, you don't go there. Take our blending brush to that. So obviously, now that I've printed these things out once, I have a much better idea of kind of how to approach it next time. I haven't even had a chance to really look and see what other what he's got for Regia Marina or IJN or anything like that. I'm sure it's a fairly complete collection then, based on even the French Navy there, and of course the Royal Navy fleet of submarines. Man, that was a crazy litany right there. Barham, Royal Oak, Hood, Renown, Repulse. Yeah, that's all there was, right? Was those, and they had no chance against the Graf Spee, but through whatever kind of signal traffic, whatever. And I'm sure they already had. I don't think they had the Enigma code broken then yet, had they, Sarge? I don't think it was broken just then. Okay, here, let me get a little bit of the gray there. You know, we need to actually have some of our lighter gray on the turrets right here. Grand Oracle, I think one of the things that, well, oh, I wish I had it here. Grand, I'll send you a picture of it. I'm printing out, believe it or not, it was part of Loot Studios' current release. It's actually basically a green man, but it's a flower pot. And I'm printing out one for my sister, for Kathy's sister. I'm actually going to print one out for here, for Kathy's plants. But I might actually try to paint that in one of our tutorial videos or something. I don't think I could paint it on stream. It's just too darn big. But it actually it's really fun for doing the eyes. I'll send you a picture of it. It's really, really nifty. And I think it'll actually make a darn good pot. So yeah, check out Loot Studios. It's their current release. I mean, there's a lot of other good stuff in there too that I definitely want to print out for videos and streams and such. But yeah, check out the Tree Man flower pot. Well, the Green Man really, but it's basically a tree trunk with a face on it. It took I think something like 303 grams of resin or of a PLA or whatever. Here we are. So it was the admiral that was on board the Bismarck that broke radio silence because they had lost track of where it was. And he sent a message back to the home base to talk about their status. And unfortunately, he did not listen to the captain, and that essentially told him where they were, because they had actually lost sight of him. And of course, Sabatone, one of my favorite Sabatone songs. Well, obviously, When the Winged Hussars Arrived is probably my ultimate favorite, but they have a fantastic song on the Bismarck. I need to get me some more of the light over here. I know with the Loot Studios, they were always really, really, really super reliable with supports and hollowing. Then there was a little bit of a mischievous stage. It seems like they're kind of back on track again. I need to get a little touch of dark up here. So Sarge, here's hoping that you get a chance to work some more on your project there. I'm sure you're really really anxious to get a chance to do some more on that. Let me go back to some of the. Oof, okay, that was a little bit too much. The indigo. But some of these, I need to kind of rejigger these a little bit now that we've got the deck texture on there. Well, Grand Oracle, remember the painting that we did? I don't know if I still have that here, but I actually did a painting. Let me scroll down and see if it's actually down here somewhere. No, it's not there. It was one of my 2D art stream. Actually, it was a birthday stream. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't see it. I might have actually gotten rid of that one. Not sure. I'm just scrolling back up here a little bit. So all of your anchor chains, your capstans here, we gotta hit these again. Again, we don't want the deck texture on those. Let's get, I think we've actually gotten our dark in there. We might have to come back. Yeah, we'll have to come back with some lighter stuff now here. Okay. Let me try this on the gun barrels here. So we have some actual, there we go. We really have nothing going on with those value-wise. Thanks for finding these, finding the ship files there, Valfira. I mean, the fact that they were really appropriate for what we wanted to do here was sensational, but the fact that they're such a great variety of files, right? That is super spectacular. So that was a major score there. Again, thanks for finding those. I wish I had more time to do the searches and stuff, but thanks for doing that. I'm gonna try and get me a little more light on the torpedo blister there. Do a touch more of that on this side. Some of that here. Let me see if I can lighten up the turret a little bit more here. Over here on, yeah, again, there were more casemated guns in here. It just is absolutely insane that they had those. Now, Sarge, I always wonder if those things are mostly wrong because they're trying to have that kit be as many different things as possible, and that's where just things kind of go a little bit haywire. Now, obviously, since Warlord is making kits for gaming purposes, I wonder if it's a little bit easier to not, they basically try to have all your different versions, especially, well, German vehicles, right, where there's 10,000 different versions of every vehicle. Try and get a little more light on the end of the barrels here. This platform on the tripod mast here. Also, need to do some more work here on the cranes. Got some more anti-aircraft gun mounts over here. And again, what are we now? Well, we're just past the 2-hour mark. Oils sure make this task a lot easier, don't they? I'm gonna see. You know what? Let me get more of my lighter gray in here too, all along the edge of these turrets. We're gonna try and get some of our brighter red on here too. A little more of that Naphthol Scarlet, I think. Because remember, the upper surfaces of these turrets was actually rounded, so it would catch a little more light up there. So boy, Elusive Goose, I think I got a Hungarian army that I'm working on too, among other things. Hey there, Lethal Shadows, how you doing? Nice to see ya. Everybody, please give Lethal Shadows Gaming a follow. So Lethal Shadows, Valfera was kind enough to find me some STL files of Enterprise, and he did so many other fabulous files I got in Arizona. So we're kind of doing a dual anniversary here of Midway. And, well, technically we're using this as our D-Day anniversary too. So everybody, please give Lethal Shadows Gaming a follow. And, of course, Lethal Shadows, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. So speaking of 3D printing, Lethal Shadows Gaming has pretty much everything for your 3D printing needs. If you do not have a printer, well, that's not a problem because Lethal Shadows has about 12 bazillion STL files of all types. Large scale, small scale, busts, you name it. Lethal Shadows also has the paint line going, the airbrush, fabulous, very artistic dice too. So Lethal Shadows, if you want to scare up a link there in the chat so people can see that. So here's 3 years ago to the day we painted that, where we had to do freehand on all of the insignia. Yeah, that was all freehand, no decals there, all freehand. So 3 years ago to the day when we painted that guy there. And today we are painting CV6 and of course Arizona here. And we've been joking about how this particular sculptor has. I think he actually has 2 different Royal Navy sets of files. One is mostly submerged ships, and the other one is more ships that actually survived. See you later there, Valfera. Actually, Valfera, this could be interesting. No idea what this might look like, but how's about we try this? Interesting. I'm thinking. So now it looks more period appropriate, doesn't it, Valfera? In black and white there. So see you later there, Valfera. Thanks for everything. So everybody please check out the link to Lethal Shadows just posted there. Again, Lethal Shadows has tons of stuff. The paint scepter, the paint scythe, and the paint weaver, right? It's the paint weaver. Almost said paint weasel. Boy, Valfir, if we could just sepia tone it a tiny bit. Oh, actually, if you check out my bolt action battle reports, all of the initial where we're kind of talking about the scenario and everything else, that is done in sepia tone. So yeah, all of the figures you see them in kind of black and white. Let me get a little bit more of the white in there, also in here. Some of that here on that part of the tripod mast. So yeah, the film noir is very, very valuable. You saw what it just did on these 2 ships right here. Now we haven't, I don't think we've done a film noir on some of our Arnor. figures. Well, actually, this will be interesting. Let me try this right here. Let's do a quick little film noir on these two guys. Very much the opposite, fire and ice. Well, interesting when you strip away the teal, right, and the very intense flame color. Let's bring that back again. So yeah, we haven't done one with these yet, Grand Oracle. So Elusive Goose, it shouldn't be, well, too elusive to find a 148 scale Mustang out there. I mean, I've got a 262. I found the French Divottine, the Italian Fogalore. I even have a Sturmovik. Yeah, it's about 10 feet long in 148 scale. That was a large plane. And the same thing, well, same thing goes for the Stuka, right? That was another large plane. I'll never forget, I saw, the 172nd Spitfire and some of those other planes, and boy, they were tiny. I swear the 148 scale, whatchamacallit, is about the size of a 172nd scale Sturmovik or Stuka. And of course, well, I've got, I do have a bunch of 172nd scale planes as well. But now again, I've got the 3D printable files. I have a, I'm almost sure that I've got a Junkers transport plane. I think it was a Junkers 52. Let's get some more of this here. And of course, I got the Italian Fogalore because they had some pretty wild camo patterns, especially in the desert. So I thought that would be very fun to paint something like that. So just dealing with the anchor chain right here. Anchor chain capstan. A bit more on this anchor chain right here. And then we got another one over there. I'm thinking I might still lighten up that side of the turret right there. Did I get the... I have to get some dark back in on those casemated 5-inchers there. Or those the no, those are the 6s, I think. So again, everybody please check out Lethal Shadows Gaming. Lethal Shadows also has, if you're printing, sometimes prints don't always go the way you want them to. Even though they might be almost perfect, they're not quite perfect. Well, Lethal Shadows has a big discount on those. I think it's called the Imperfect Bits Bundle. So again, let their misfortune is your good fortune, because now you can secure those almost, in some cases, almost perfectly printed files for much less. So definitely go ahead and look into that. Please check out Lethal Shadows Gaming. So there you go. There's the Imperfect Bits link there from Lethal Shadows Gaming. Please go check that out. Okay, so we even have some cleats there, right, for tying off the ship. So yeah, that's if you want to maybe practice some sculpting or some conversion or something like that, the Imperfect Bits just might be the thing for you. Because that way, if you want to maybe picks up a little misprinted thing or something like that, you can do that. Or if you just want to chop it up and use it for some other sort of kit bash thing, you can do that too. I'm gonna have to. I'll just go back and do the windows here again. Be much easier to get some of the sharper edges with the just using the dirt color. However, what I also want to do, I won't forget here, we are going to take some of our Terra Rosa here, a bit of the asphaltum, and we're going to do a little bit of pin line washy stuff here just to put a little bit of, I mean, we don't have a ton of rust all over the place, but a little bit of something here. So again, just getting some of the thinner in here. And just kind of touching the brush. And that is a classic pin line wash that's going to happen there. Also gives it a little more depth instead of just being a whole bunch of bluish gray everywhere. Now there's a little bit of something else. More the asphaltum perhaps. Now Lethal Shadows, will you be doing, I think Thursday is a typical stream. I wasn't sure if you were going to stream it all this weekend. Lethal Shadows, I was telling folks that the most recent Loot Studios release actually has a flower plant. It actually has a flower plant, or a flower pot. And actually, I'm printing out a second one of those. I already painted one for my sister. I'm painting another one for Kathy's sister. Thank you so much, Otto. I hope you're doing well. So Otto, 40K. Everybody please give Otto 40K a follow if you could. Let me see. 2 hours and 22 minutes ago, we started painting these two ships. They had no paint on them. We've got CV6, Enterprise, little celebration of the Battle of Midway. And then this is sort of a D-Day thing here. We have Arizona, both 3D printed ships. All of the water was actually sculpted with this. It's our favorite, well, we call it Elementium, because not only does it do good wave effects like those, you can also, here, let me move this out of the way, you can sculpt fire, also ice. See the icicles there? Fire, ice, but wait, you think, boy, you can't possibly get any more elements than that. Well, yes, you can, because looky here, we have thatching. Yes, we've got thatching. So instead of teddy bear fur, you paint that stuff on there, and then you paint that, and boom, you got yourself thatch. No fuss, no muss, no stupid teddy bear fur screwing around with that. Also, if I can get down to my Faramir diorama, you will see that you can also use it as, well, say a water fountain, or in this case, a waterfall. So yeah, it's a fabulous material. You use it with our snow. You can even use it as a gap filler on miniatures too. Where's it? Here it is. There's our fabulous T3485 again with snow effects there. We've got this right here. Again, snow effects, more icicles here. So that's a little bit of Song of Ice and Fire there. So Otto, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. And again, everybody please give Otto40K a follow. Doing a little bit of not quite rusty stuff. I mean, we don't overdo it on this, right? We're just kind of trying to add a little bit of depth here by doing so. It may be where your turret ring hits there. So possibly a Monday stream. What about 7 or 8 Pacific time there, Lethal Shadows? I think that's a normal time for that occurrence. Got working up some more of our, yeah, it's the not rust there. I'm also going to maybe chuck a little bit of this onto, yeah, we'll put some of this on our Enterprise as well. Thank you. Hey, Sector X, thank you so much. I think actually, I must have unfollowed you because I could swear that you followed before. Sector X, thank you so much. Appreciate that. So seriously, okay. You've been parading these tiny ships in front of us for how long now? We're still not going to Valinor on that thing. Although, I do have to say the guns are nice. That's what they are, right? Thank you so much for that. Now, he did not mention the Shireweed, so I think that Gandalf 6 should be... Oh, look at that. See that? Does not mention the Shireweed. Doesn't roll a 1. Every time he does, he rolls a 1. Yeah, Sector 8, well, it's we call it Twitch being twitchy. Twitch is always very twitchy. For whatever reason, don't know why. It just is. No reason for it at all. All right, I'm going to get some of the asphaltum back into that. Oh, here, let's get back to our Enterprise here. And again, just throw in a little something here. You know what? Maybe more of the asphaltum. Then say the Terra Rosa here. And of course, Arthur, if there's anything you want to share in the chat, please go ahead and do so. Oh, 11 a.m. Pacific. Okay. That is going to be early time there. So everybody, again, please give Lethal Shadows Gaming a follow if you could. Get some of that here along the edge of the flight deck. Some of the gun mounts here. Yeah, Sector X. Now, actually, Sector X, have you kind of gotten back to doing the streams again? Speaking of which, and of course, Sector X, if there's anything that you want to share in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So again, we're just trying to throw a little bit of something in here. More of the asphaltum. Again, a little bit less of the Terra Rosa, more of the asphaltum. And now we're going to start to maybe have a little bit of your kind of classic weathering here. See that? Kind of going down the sides of the hull here. Everybody, please check out the Instagram link there that Sectorix just posted, and then please give Sectorix a follow. Actually, if you're gonna be streaming again or anything like that, you know, I don't know if you've kind of got a new schedule again, but sometimes we just target things. Life happens, right? Life happens, and it says, well, you thought you were gonna stream this time. You're gonna stream this time instead, or maybe not at all. That's kind of how life is, right, Sectorus, unfortunately. Again, just trying to do a little bit of teensy bit of weathering stuff. Nothing crazy, nothing out there. So let me see. I just want to make sure we didn't miss something for. And thanks again, I appreciate that. Really appreciate the raid. And I think you saw some of the Armada ships that we painted, so obviously more of a fantasy thing, but all of the same techniques on the water, well, and the painting too, that we're using on our teensy little ships here, same that we used on the Armada ships. Let me get some of this on the fan tail over here. Blending brush. Get some, oh yeah, let's get some of that over here. So possibly a stream this weekend. Yeah, sectors sometimes. I mean, it can be doing the same schedule for quite some time, and then there's a change, and that schedule's gotta be modified. And it can be really weird, streaming at a different time, right? Anytime I have to do a substitute Saturday stream or something like that, boy, it gets real confusing. I don't remember what the heck day it is. All right, yeah, the anchor, gonna get some of our rust around there. So obviously, I definitely want to get the Saratoga class carrier too, so that we can do a Lexington, or sorry, yeah, a Lexington and a Saratoga with the big old giant stack. Kind of, well, it depends on what it looks like, but maybe we can paint the Saratoga in its pre-war color with the giant stripe, right, going down the stack. I think, oh yeah, that's right. Lately my Instagram account has been showing me pictures of Saratoga being launched. Of a very different kind of launching. It's actually coming out of an enclosure instead of just being kind of out in the open and just sliding down the rails there. Okay, you can see that it's starting to get a little bit teensy bit of the weathering on there. I might actually zoom out so we can see more of it easily. There you go. So again, all of the water stuff that was actually sculpted, again, with the Liquitex heavy gloss gel, which can be used for quite literally a billion different things. It's almost limitless uses for it. And that's why we refer to it as Elementium. I'm going to try and get maybe a little more, some staining stuff here around the elevators. Just using regular oil paints out of the tube, but not just for weathering. All of the painting has happened. The water, again, you can this kind of shows you. See that dark slate blue? That's we made that primer. That's what it originally was. So all of this was painted on with the oils. Hey there, Landrast. So yeah, Landrast. We're gonna definitely get more of these ships. So he'll get the opportunity to check these out, and I'll definitely be doing some painting videos on these for reasons, right, Landrast? Because I think that would be super fun. Oh, wait, let me something that's real dark. Let me get some of the Van Dyke brown in here too. See if I can start getting some of the portholes here. I think Lethal Shadows, believe it or not, there is a texture there. It actually is a texture. Oh, here we go. You can kind of see it here a little bit. So there's actually a water texture there. So all I had to do was, not quite a dry brush, I guess, because it's all wet into wet, right? But there's actual texture there, which is really a blast, and that's what's so fantastic about the heavy gloss gel, because it can create those water effects so easily. So Lethal Shadows, hopefully after the whole family visit thing here, because again, my My brother and his family, I'm seeing them for the first time in 9 years. They arrive, well, later today because it's now Friday. So they are arriving at some point, I'm thinking about in the next 5, 6 hours or so. But once they're out of here, hopefully we can do a bit of a hangout there. I believe they are in town for 1 week. So I think until the 13th, something like that. And there is supposed to be a big family gathering. Well, it was all kind of inspired by obviously what happened with Kathy. They kind of started to say, well, none of us are getting any younger here. And we should maybe do this while we still can. So again, doing a little bit of some streaky stuff there on the flight deck. And that obviously there was a bit of a spooking that happened there. And we said, yeah, maybe we need to try and see each other while we can. Did I actually? I need to get me something even darker here in the elevator. Get a little bit more of this here. Extend these out a little bit. Oh, that's right now. In Lethal Shadows, of course, you've got the in Essen, right? You have that massive event that you were invited to do. And let me turn this over. We're going to try and get some of our darks in the portholes here. Well, that was a little more than we wanted, so we'll just turn that into some weathering right there. Oh yeah, that's right. Lethal Shadows will also be at Gen Con. That's the next live appearance, right? And then I think is it PAX East or something like? Because I don't think you're doing Dragon Con, right? Lethal Shadows, unless maybe I don't think you're doing Dragon Con. Nah, it's a little more than we wanted. Hey, look at that. That's what the blending brush is great for. PAX West, not East. And that one in PAX Unplugged, okay. I'm going to try and come back now with, let's come back with some of our bluish gray here. So essentially just indigo and our, well, as we call it, radiant indigo. That's just ice blue. Last time I was at Dragon Con was 1997, so and I only was working the art show. I didn't see anything else. So I unfortunately cannot proffer any advice or observations really that would be of any use. No, that was our. Here we go. That was many, many, many moons ago when we were still doing 2D art. Alright, now starting to pick out a few lights along the way here. Of course, ye old tower mast here, or tripod mast. Bunch of little things on the island we're going to try and get here. Maybe some lighter edging on the flight deck too. Oh, that's right. These were the Chicago pianos. That's right. I think that was how they referred to the Beauforts. Could be wrong, but I think it was the Bow 4s that they referred to that way. See you later there, Sarge. As always, Sarge, thanks for being here. Appreciate that. So he has Sarge, a very fun little treat right there. So a couple of our ships, and we'll be going back to this one too. Not to worry. We will get back to Arizona. Oh, hit me some more of my lights on those. So I think these are what, the 40s here, your Bofors, and then these are the 20s. I might try to get a hint of an edge on these elevators here. Don't want to go too crazy with that. There. Oh, by the way, most of this should pretty much be dry by tomorrow. I would be very surprised if it were not. So again, see there's a texture here. I'm just dragging the brush along, and you can kind of see it there. Actually, maybe if I do this. Yeah, now I think you can kind of see the texture if I take the color out of it too. Oh, we need to get a bunch of our... Again, this is kind of a mid-range light here. It's not a super light color. Oh, yep, let's get these guys. This up here. Oh, the Orlikins. I think that's what they call the Chicago pianos. And if I remember right, especially on the carriers, if you were below deck or whatever, you were not out to actually see what was going on. You could tell how close enemy aircraft were by the sound of the guns that were firing. Now, especially with your Essex class, if you heard 5-inch guns firing, you knew they were far enough away. But once you started hearing the pianos playing, then you knew they were getting mighty close. I actually got some portals there too. A little more on the tripod mast here. Did I get the other side of that? Not quite. Bridge. More of the bridge here. Let's see if we can lighten up some more of this stuff again on the interior, and then also here on the... we didn't do anything on the fantail yet. We can't get too light there, but we haven't really done anything back here. This, so do we freehand Enterprise on there. We would have to be very enterprising to do that. Scare up a little bit more of our mid-range light here along this. Like so. More of those portholes here. See if I can catch a couple of these little teensy guys right there. Maybe the anchor Which, oh, that's the thing we got to do on our Arizona. We never really, or no, we did. I think we did get some of the light on the anchors. Well, we can double check that easily enough. Sort of. Sort of did. Let me zoom in here again. There we go. So this, now we're getting closer to almost straight up ice blue. Looking to get maybe some of the lightest stuff on things like the cranes and on the turrets. A little bit on the sides here. No, 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 not there. Fortunately, we got ourselves our blending brush to just kind of wipe all that away. I need to get some more of the light on the top of the turret here. Now that makes a little more sense. I was looking at that going, what's a little bit weird about that? Once again, the blending brush just to get rid of some of that. Reform a little bit of this, and now here. Blend some of those edges together. Now let me see if I can't. Maybe with just the Van Dyke brown here. See if we can get some of these windows back in here. Trixie windows. Another one over here. Trixie windows there. We need to separate some of the anti-aircraft guns up here. Do I need to come back in there with more of the white? I don't know. We'll see. I am gonna... Oh yeah, the windows back here. Those kind of disappeared a little bit. These windows too. Portholes here. Well, they are nice and tiny, that's for sure. Them are some small portholes there. So, oh, but the other stuff that I'm printing, also we're doing a bunch of the Dandelion and Middle-earth Gondor stuff. So a bunch of Gondor Cav. Huge surprise. Huge surprise. Cavalry for the Cavalry channel. Shocking, I know. But also a bunch more basing bits. Also Necron Battlefleet Gothic ships. Speaking of painting small scale, yes, you'll be seeing, I think, some Necron Battlefleet Gothic ships on the Patreon page. Trying to separate, get these insane open gun mounts here. Maybe it's a little too much of a dark, but we can just take that and just spread that around, and that works. So up here on the top of the tower mast, or the tripod mast, those definitely windows. Them are windows. Observation deck. These are your luxury observation decks, right, Landrast? You gotta pay some serious money to get up there and hang out on the observation decks. It's not like you'd be one of the first ones to get hit by strafing or anything like that, Landress, right? No worries at all. None whatsoever. And get some of my darker stuff up here on the top of that. Okay, there we go. What about on the end? Let me separate these. Blending brush. Let's do that. I think I'm just gonna get the bottom of the crane darker right there. These casemated guns, we need to get more. Yeah, they need to be a little bit darker here where they join up. Doing that on this side now. What about this part of your tripod mast? I still can't believe that I actually was able to get that to print out and then somehow get that off of there without completely breaking it. I mean, it did, one part of it did break a little bit, but I was able to use some, I was able to get that glued back on with the super glue. So it was somehow able to save that, the tripod masts. I saw those and there is no way, there is a 0% chance I'm going to be able to save those puppies. But managed to do it. Okay, a little more of a light there also here. More spotlights there. Maybe now I can get a little bit more on those barrels. Some light here. I did get some light on the side of that. I think I know there's a couple of spotlights up here. I'll try and get a highlight up there on that jack. I mean, the one thing that I'm okay is the ladder that actually goes up here on top of our little tripod mast observation deck. More. This is our latest light here. Can't get any lighter than that. Just trying to get that top edge up here. What about the, yep, this too. So land rest, well, tonight wasn't movie night. Man, maybe, no, it was. I bet you it was movie night tonight. I don't know if he did, if tonight's feature was one of those worth seeing or meh. I need to. Okay, there we are. Now we've got some genuine light getting onto the edge of these turrets here. Oh, that's fantastic, Landrest. Again, sometimes yeah, get something that's really good. Glad that it was good. Now, doing that kind of, you're starting to get some of the roundness there that's on these turrets. Geez, Landrest, it almost sounds like that was kind of one of the better flicks in a little while there that you might have seen. Yeah, I'm going to try and work me in a little bit more of the light here on these things. That's the other thing I wanted to do. On the turrets, where you've got obviously a kind of the canvas, right, that's supposed to keep out the seawater there. I would imagine especially popular on the forward turrets. So yeah, we want that to be lighter than the rest of the barrel. We're still, yeah, we're gonna lighten up the gunnel here and also the anchor. Let's get this not just on the upper portion of the anchor, but also down there. Torpedo blister, gonna try and get a little more light right there. And no, we're not too bad on this side. Throw a little more down in there. Now, I guess on something as small as this, as far as sculpting, any kind of source lightable fire and such coming out of the actual muzzles there. Not quite sure how we could do that since, well, these muzzles are they are extremely fragile. Even this one right here, that broke. I don't know how that one broke. There was one there. Could have happened maybe when I was putting on the cranes. I don't know. Get that piece of fuzz off of the brush there. Let me see if I can lighten up some of the anchor chain, capstan things here. Just to make that stand out a little in some areas. Leading edge of the turret ring. So really glad that you got a chance to enjoy that Landrast. Now, I guess this is tomorrow then going to be a hobby day at Shea Landrast, or boy, it's actually, how long has it been since the last RPG session? I think it's been a little while. Something maybe gonna have to change with this. I might have to throw a little bit more of the dark there or something. What is... Okay, so that is yet another little observation deck with some more openings here. That is insane. And let's see, so we had almost 3 hours ago. Both ships, no paint, no water, no nothing. So Friday night is always hobby night. Again, at Shea Landrast. I wonder if M. Tillys has ever finished off his tomb. Did he actually ever finish off? I don't know. It was an Escalation League, right? Landrast, not an Escalation Tournament. At least I seem to remember that. More of these cleats down here. Gotta. Oh, geez. Yeah, and of course, our float plane launch actually needs to also get the rest of its detail on it. Fine, I might. Nope, that's no good. Again, blending brush to the rescue. Essentially acts like an eraser. We'll do the same over here on the starboard side of our stern. Hey there, Arathu. Happy Friday to you. Great to see you again, Arathu. I hope that you're doing really well. Hopefully not too warm out there. I think it was getting a little bit on the toasty side for your lichen there last time you were here. Yeah, I'm gonna just throw a little bit more light there. I might come back and add some dark, but for now, just we're also gonna erase that. I was wondering about that Landrast. Yeah, I believe, and not that I'm some Nostradamus or whatever, but I might have predicted a result somewhat along those lines, didn't I? I seem to remember. I mean, you can play the tape, but I think I might have anticipated that. So Rathu having a blast here. This is quite literally the first historicals that I've had a chance to paint on stream. Essentially 3 years ago to the day, because that is when we painted this right here. We painted it 3 years ago to the day, and this is it's sort of a combo anniversary here. Anniversary of Midway and also D-Day. So I'll get the Enterprise out here because that is obviously very appropriate for Anniversary of Midway. And then, of course, we have our Arizona here because, well, if you don't have that, you really don't have a D-Day. So, yeah, Arathu, I just wish I would settle for 65 degrees and sunny all year long, punctuated by bouts of 35 or 25 degrees. That I would also like. The whole 85 to 95-degree thing, that can most certainly be disposed of. Hobby ADD Landrest, is that what you might call it there? Landrest, I can't wait to show you. I've been printing out that Kingdom of Azragor stuff, and I've been printing out that wall is gigantic. Holy smokes! Wait till you see just how big, and it's only been the gate. I haven't even printed any of the links of the wall, so it might be it's definitely the tallest of any wall section or whatever that I've printed so far of anything. Again, it's essentially kind of a Minas Morgul type of thing, and again, that's again Conquest Creations. I would like to get the Duroc Deep stuff and also print that out. But I actually have some modern day Second World War stuff like the ruined church and other things in that Stalingrad terrain that I want to also print out. So yeah, that is here. Let's get a little bit more of our maybe some light on the on our deck here. And it's been fairly simple, just the Mars Yellow Deep and the same Ice Blue, because if a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere, right? Let's throw a little more light here. Oh, so Arathu, Is everybody still kind of on the Valheim vibe right now? That's I knew there was something I wanted to ask. I couldn't remember what the heck it was, and I believe that's it. Is Are folks still kind of hitting on the Valheim pretty good? Because I haven't had a chance to get Kathy's machine in the new location. Although when I started up to obviously try to get caught up on the stupid Windows updates, and I could see there was the Valheim startup. The icon for starting up Valheim. Saw that sitting there on the screen. That's good, Arathu. That really, just of all the games, that one really does take me back. I know there was other ones, but I think that one just kind of stands out most in my mind. I'm gonna try and divide those up a little bit. I think we're pretty good on the muzzles there. We need a little bit more dark underneath that gun mount there. And at the top of the stack, what do we want to do with that? I was kind of thinking of almost just sort of dry brushing our black and Van Dyke brown on the top of that. So yeah, Lethal Shadows Gaming, that was something that Kathy really liked, and I even remember that one, obviously it was a May the 4th thing, and people were going around and they were showing all of the Star Wars themed constructs they made, like the Star Destroyer with a full interior, but all done in obviously in wood and iron and stone and everything. So that was very impressive, to say the least. And yeah, trying to tone down some of the highlights on the muzzles there. And let me see if I can get some of that down under here. I'm going to see if I can't. Do I have some? No, I'm just going to have to thin that back down again. Also, grab some of the asphaltum here. Mix that with our Terra Rosa. Get this anchor over there. Maybe I'll use this as a blending brush. We'll use this as a blending brush. Also this. Back of that turret there. Try and do a little more cleanup on the deck there. I'm going to do, that's another place where we should probably have some of that on the float plane launch. I do believe it's time for some double trouble. We're starting out with Kaylee, and then we're going to have Cap. We got Kaylee and Cap. So everybody please give Kaylee Larson a follow. And with my Nostradamus-like abilities to predict everything and nothing, Capmaster, please give Capmaster a follow. So Kaylee, thank you so much. I know Kaylee's going to skedaddle off and probably go for some shut-eye right there. We will welcome in our raiders as we kind of do a little bit of a dual anniversary here. So I haven't been able to do my Anniversary of Midway stream yet. That's what CV6 is for. And then, well, with D-Day, we brought out an Arizona right here. So we have a couple of ships. These are 3D printed. 3 hours, 10 minutes, and 7 seconds ago, these had no paint on them. So Campmaster, we did the same water effects that we did on all of our Armada ships, just putting them on some 3D printed, as we calculate, 1/1800 scale ships right here. And again, doing them with the oil paints like always. And again, 3 hours, 10 minutes ago, these had absolutely bingo paint on them, none whatsoever. So it's been a blast, really fun. We're going to get back into some of our water, I think, here. Maybe putting some of the lightest stuff on there. Let me get some of my fast matte white out here to do that. Catmaster, I know Kaylee's already, I'm sure she's already gone off to sleep there. But if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. And I'm hoping that your stream was really, really, really fun. So Cap, actually this guy right here, he has fleets. He has IGN, Royal Navy, Kriegs, even the Regia Marina, and of course the Nationale, right? He has the French Navy too. So we're going to be getting a bunch of these files. Oh yeah, we're having way too much fun with these guys here to not secure some more of these files. I think that's going to be very, very, very fun indeed. And of course, again, Cap, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Fairly sure that Kaylee's already, again, headed off to sleep there. So yeah, this has really been a blast. And of course, Cap, we've had a lot of fun doing all our Arnor stuff. If you check out the latest Instagram post, tons of actually, I think all 14. I can't believe we're already 14 miniatures into our Arnor army right there. So that's really fabulous. Actually, Cap, oh geez, Cap, you just reminded me. Now, I was going to be doing some Judgment stuff this weekend, but the Signum Kickstarter begins, I think, today, actually. So I will be doing some Signum stuff. But I actually have the starter box, Cap. There's two terrain pieces in the starter box that I definitely want to try and paint, and of course, some of the miniatures too. So yeah, we will be doing some of that. Oh, you know what? Let me catch these windows here. Yeah, look at that. Even that, a little bit lighter there. Up here, again on the top of that anti-aircraft gun nest up there. No. We gotta blend that a little bit more there. That sounds really fun there too, Capmaster. Again, Cap, you want to share anything in the chat? Please go ahead and do that. Back to the fast mat to see if we can really. Yeah, we're gonna really hit this hard, especially on our leading bow wave crest there. So yeah, all of this done with the oil paints. There was a few moments where we were doing some pin line washed up, but for the most part, it's been just kind of a standard painting there. And these will, if they're not completely dry by this time tomorrow, they will certainly be mostly dry by this time tomorrow. All right, let's get some of the churn even lighter back here, especially right where the screws are going to be. So I can actually do much more of this back here than on the Armada ships because, well, that's kind of sail power there. No propellers in the water. there's Space Toy. Everybody please give Space Toy a follow too. So give Kaylee a follow, give Catmaster a follow, and Space Toy. Space Toy, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that too. So yeah, Space Toy, I was really delirious. Valfera was kind enough to hunt down for these files, and when I saw that he had so much other stuff, I was very enthused. Now let me. No, that would be too late. Let's go back to there. We go. That's one with a mid-tone gray on some of these items. I think we already did the cleats there. No, we gotta avoid the temptation to fool around some more with the muzzles. We just gotta let those go. And I did have an internal debate. Should they be facing forward? I just really like the idea. Actually, there is a picture of the Arizona with its turrets pointed in this direction, off to port there. Back to some of my later stuff here. I'm going to try to get some light on these little portals here. See if we can do this. Everybody please check out the Instagram link that Space Toy just shared. And again, Catmaster, if you would like to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. I'm just going to hit the top of the torpedo blister here. And when you think of the force of the explosion, and when you watch the super slow-mo, you see smoke being pushed out of the stack. And basically every frame from here pretty much up to the boat deck over here, those all collapsed. So this turret went at about 20 feet underwater, not because of the sinking, but because it just collapsed down into the ship. And this turret should have been well above the water, like these two were, but no, all of that collapsed, and of course your forward tripod mast, boom, down like so. So this is the Arizona right here. So this is obviously the ship that was sunk at Pearl Harbor. This is the one where the forward magazine, so basically a bomb goes in right about here, forward magazine goes up, basically broke the ship's back all the way down to the keel. And we're also painting Enterprise, so that's CV6. This is the most decorated ship of the Second World War right here. Actually, we need to get back to that and start doing some of our lights there too. Gal Cap, it's okay. It doesn't have to be something new, because if there's folks here that haven't seen any of it before, it'll be totally new for them. So yeah, go ahead if you want and share that, please. Yeah, it'll be just fine. Hey there, Real Brush Guy. Great to see you, Real Brush Guy. Happy Friday. I hope that everything is spectacular there. So yeah, now we're going to try and get some more light here on some of our bridge elements and on the island. Now, thanks, Real Brush Guy. Literally the last time I had a chance to paint anything historical on stream, it was 3 years, well, 3 years and now 1 day ago when we painted this. And that was a tricksy thing because we had to paint all of the insignia, all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them, because there were no decals that were going to work for that. I know we gotta scroll this way to get back to our scene. There we go. Space Toy, we were talking about how, well, actually fairy swordfish are responsible for what happened here because the Japanese saw what basically 19 string bags did to the Italian fleet at the Toronto Naval Base. And they thought, well, what if we took 300 plus planes that were not string bags, dive bombers, high altitude bombers, and torpedo bombers? So everybody please check out the link that Capmaster just shared. Yeah, they saw that. They said, okay, so that's literally a World War I era biplane that's canvas and string. We can do, I think what we can do with some all-metal monoplanes. So yes, the Toronto raid, and of course I'm sure you're familiar with the Fairey Swordfish. That was also the same thing that did in the Bismarck. Because if you recall, nothing could, they no luck in getting to the Bismarck with, well, standard guns. But the Swordfish, a wayward torpedo, just happens to hit the rudder and jams the rudder. And basically all it can do is go in a very, very large circle. And then that was basically it. So yeah, the Fairey Swordfish, it's so funny because it's sometimes referred to as the greatest carrier aircraft of the Second World War. And it looks like something from the First World War. Ironically enough, it was also the British that managed to figure out how to land a Corsair on a carrier. They actually stalled it out and basically came from underneath the deck and up and over. Hey there, Neshlin, how you doing? So yeah, Space Toy, he had spent a lot of time in the U.S., and he knew what the production capabilities were. And unfortunately for them, they did not bother to attack any of the repair facilities or the oil refinery or anything. So again, with the exception of Arizona and Oklahoma, all of those ships were refloated, repaired, rebuilt, and at least 3 of the Pearl Harbor battleships ended up sailing into Tokyo Bay. So I hope you're doing well there, Neshlin. We need some more lights over here, also on the mast up here. And obviously, Battle of Midway, a very big turning point. 4 aircraft carriers, well, 3 aircraft carriers wiped out in 15 minutes. And then the 4th one taken out afterwards. So, yep, Night Auditor, he knew that if they did not, if the Pearl Harbor was not a success, as in the U.S. does not fight, that they were goners. See you later there, Capmaster. Thank you so much for the raid. Everybody please give Kaylee Larson and also Capmaster a follow if you could. That would be sensational. Real Brush Guy, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do so. Sorry that I didn't get a chance to ask you sooner. So Stretch Pretzel, that basically, well, there's really 3 types. So these are both from Princeton, the Velvet Touch, the short liner brush, and the filbert brush. But then we also use our our number 8 round craft brushes. They are all around stuff. Not only do they function as a blending brush or a glazing brush or whatever, but we even will slice off parts of those. Oh, like this. Here we go. This is also one of those. You can see we've sliced it off here. Spatter brush, stippling brush, which works extremely well for, well, things like this, right? So we got spatter there, and that's the stipple over on that end. So yeah, that's
So say we all.
Hey there, Bithron. Thanks so much, Bithron. Appreciate that. So Space Toy has some family history with ye old Lancasters. of the 4-engine variety. So that's fantastic space toy. So my dad, he was a Marine in New Zealand, training for the invasion of Japan, and he turned a New Zealand coin into a ring. Basically, just took a hammer, kind of hit the outside of it, kind of flattened it out, and then at a certain point, sort of drilled out the middle. I think it was a 1942 New Zealand coin. So yeah, Bithron, they worked out really well. I'll send you. I think I sent. Oh, I didn't send you a picture of what these look like primed, but yeah, send you a picture of these primed, and it should be very fascinating. So stretch pretzel, yeah, the filbert brushes, they are because they have that chisel edge on them, right? And that was what something like this is that it's essential, right? If you're going to be doing this kind of thing in the 20 or 30 seconds that it took, filbert brush essential for something like that. Yeah, space toy, we still have that. We still have that. Actually, my next door neighbor here, he was a CB. And my uncle on my mom's side, he was in the Army Air Corps. There's pictures of him in Tunisia. Everybody, please check out the Instagram link that Real Brush Guy posted. So, Real Brush Guy, yeah, I'm not going to ask the question because I don't want to. I know how annoying it is, but I think it's well beyond annoyance now, right, Real Brush Guy, with all the internet stuff there. It was annoyance a year ago, or maybe even longer than that. I think it's full-blown perturbed right now. Let's see if I can't catch a little bit of the light on the underside of those. A little bit of light up here. Don't want to do too much on the stack there. Get a little more on these. Oh yeah, we didn't do anything on that barrel. Hey there, Scrap Metal Dragon, how you doing? Great to see you again. Let me try a little more of this here. There we go. So essentially all the same kind of stuff. Well, I think I can zoom in again. Yeah, I can zoom in again because we're on Arizona here. So the same principles as what we used on all of our Armada ships. The same thing. The same water effects on the bases. All these painted with oils, part of our Armada Mondays. Right, so all kinds of fabulous ships there. We got some videos on the YouTube channel. There's Patreon vids, and of course a whole ton of them painted on stream. If you want to see anything that was painted on stream, all of the highlights, all the episodes are saved as highlights. Now I can't do a YouTube playlist, however, all you have to do is just look for the thumbnail. Every episode gets a thumbnail, much like a YouTube video. Scrap metal, that sounds fantastic. Ooh, I did actually, I have to put the picture of the sailboat that I painted with oils when I was about 13. No, maybe I might have been actually 14 or something like that, but I'll have to get that out so people can see that. I would try to paint it again on stream, but it's a vertical format, so I actually have to figure out a way to alter the composition so that it's horizontal instead of vertical. Trying to just catch a little light on some of the portals here. Not too much. So the Lancaster went down over Rudolstein. That's a fantastic. That's fantastic. Their space toy. No, I don't think that was part of Patton's inadvisable raid to try and rescue his son-in-law from a prison camp. That did not go well. Yeah, that was not the best plan ever. Well, I'll catch a little more light on the upside of that. Also on that tower, man, it comes all the way down to right about there. Did we do it on the other side? I'm gonna hit that some more on the other side. Lighten up this as well. Okay, I'm not sure why. Well, the entire ship was basically almost white at one point. I guess maybe it was kind of, you had the Great White Fleet that went into Tokyo in the 1800s. More of our light along this, the conning tower there. That needs to be, well, both of these, we're going to get them a little bit sharper on the edge there. So Scrap Metal Dragon, that must have really been, that must have been quite a thing to see there, I'm sure. And lots of talk about tiny little things in small spaces, right? Scrap Metal Dragon, that would be fabulous. So again, just working on the planking here, just a tiny little bit here and there. Let me see if I can't get the, oh, that's another one of our cleats there, right? A mooring cleat. Nah, that might be a little too much. And there, we're going to try to take some of that away. More, yeah, let's see if we can't lighten up the deck here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that that has gone well beyond just simple annoyance, right, Brush Guy? Or Real Brush Guy there. Sorry that has just been going on forever. And no solutions offered, right? Actually, not really. Would you say there were all that many serious attempts, too? 1 second here. So yeah, scrap metal, just because these, I'll take these sessions and they'll get turned into YouTube videos. That is why those get moderated there. Because YouTube is super ultra sensitive. Yeah, actually, if Armored Wolf was Armored Wolf can't be with us, right? He's still doing the Ren Fair stuff. He's super busy with that. He will try and join us again when he can. And let's do this right here. Get a little bit more of the deck color. I want to put a little something here on the stack there. So yeah, scrap metal. Lots of folks they watch this with actually sometimes really young kids, and especially the videos. So that is why we try to we have less spicy things. I'm actually, well, let me go back towards that other one. We'll use this guy here. Let's take a smidge of our phthalo green. It's got a little, maybe a little more thinner in there. You actually take a touch of that phthalo, or sorry, Prussian blue. Thanks, Bitron. Appreciate that. Yes, the GoFundMe campaign, that is still active. And we appreciate everybody that has contributed to that. That has been a massive help for months and months and months. So we really appreciate that, everybody's help there. And obviously, well, now among other things, and any funds from that, well, that goes to things like this, right? To secure files like this, so we have not just doing different things to paint, but things we can, new stuff that we can try and teach people. So these offer a lot of really interesting opportunities to show other techniques that maybe you just don't get on a fantasy or sci-fi object. So Stretz Pretzel, the ones where you can actually see them, you know, weed, and let me see, can you, this is our Argadir here. So I did try to actually throw a little bit of paint in there. We tended to go with more of a, like a wood texture. Yeah, more of a, like a wood texture on the back of them there. So thanks, Bitsron. Where's our, so this was the small one that we did. The small version of the Kathy Goblin. There's 3 different versions. That's the 28 mil. There's a 54, and I do believe there's a 72. And we appreciate all the folks that picked up those. Also, the Reaper slash Dark Sword Kathy figure. That really made a big deal. Alright, so you can see we're kind of softening some of those lines now too. So Stretch Pretzel, that's where the oils really do come in handy, because they make it really easy to get to places like that with, say, either a pinline wash or, as we call it, the blind blending, where I basically just kind of shove that brush in there and let it do what it's going to do in whatever recess area. So again, see, that's where it is very helpful that there's actual texture here, right? Because I'm just basically doing a dry brush over the top of that, and it's picking up that texture. Fine, I'll just use this with it. Maybe that is going to be a little bit too wet. So once again, just picking up texture that's already sculpted there. And that's your, obviously, your regular water, and then you've got all of this that's created by your bow shock. More of that turquoise in here. There we go. More of that back here. And maybe even a little little smidge of it here on the hull, where you got your torpedo blister here. Which were only so effective, especially for Oklahoma, because it was already starting to capsize when more torpedoes hit it. So some of the torpedoes actually were hitting up here, literally on the gun deck here. Yeah, not quite how that was designed to go. Now, let me, I'm going to take, while I'm thinking about it here, this is our not blackest black, but I put this here along our edge because I need to see just what that's, what's that looking like here. Now, eventually this will get the blackest black, but for now, we're just going to do this. Also, any kind of overhang here, this will also get to it. So this is just a piece of plastic card here. And then we did our water effects with the heavy gloss gel. I might use a different, let me use a different brush than this one here. 1 second, we're just going to get this stuff out of here. So we've got one of our paint sides here, and of course, crush the brush. Don't crush the brush. That is one of the paint sides there from Lethal Shadows Gaming. It's one of the brushes where you can change the size of the tip. The handle stays the same. You just change the size of the tip. Also, too, if you want to transport the brush and you want to make sure the bristles aren't going to get smushed or whatever, you can literally take the bristles out of the brush, put them in one of these little containers here for safe keeping. Look at that. And of course, they're different sizes. In this case, that's the 000. And more of this here along the edge. Then we'll get our Enterprise, do the same thing. Yeah. Let's do the same thing here. Because there's a some part, where see the lighter color kind of went over the edge, and this is still actually our primer color. That was one that I made. I mixed the Steinerres black with the Steinerres gray, and then a little bit of the clear Reaper clear blue paint, and that made a really, really nifty blue-gray primer. You can mix your own primer colors. I've got a number of videos that show that. So Bithron, I do have, if you can see it right there, so you have the 6 right there. So that is already in place. Alright, here, let's get our black over here. So yeah, again, if you don't want to have to worry about your brushes getting smushed, the little brush protector things fall off or whatever, that way you don't have to worry about it. So Bithron, this guy has a ton of fantastic collections. British Navy, so IGN, Royal Navy. Even the French Navy too, so we're going to have to secure a bunch of those for sure. Thank you so much, Erid. Appreciate that. Everybody, please give Erid Canwave a follow if you could. So, Erid, I'm sure that your stream was a blast. That was looking really nifty. Erid, of course. So, everybody, please, again, give Erid Canwave a follow. So, Erid, this is the anniversary stream that we were talking about here. And we're painting a couple of our hero ships here. Obviously, for a Battle of Midway, we've got Enterprise here. So CP6, and over here, well, we're kind of using this as our D-Day, so that is your Arizona. So Enterprise in Arizona, And you'll be shocked to hear that 3 hours and 44 minutes ago, these had no paint on them whatsoever. Lucidios, how you doing? So thank you so much, Aaron. And of course, Aaron, if you want to share your fabulous Pinterest link there in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So now this, we've been adding some of the teal here on our Arizona there. We're going to do the same thing here on our Enterprise. And where you at here? What was the one we were, I think we were actually using this one for it. Right here. So again, everybody please give Aaron Wave a follow. And Aaron, I'm sure that the stream was fabulous. This is again a kind of a mid-tone right here, not too light, not too dark. Also going to give me a little bit more of that sea foam color in some places where your water is really getting churned up here. Now over here, I'm going to try a little bit of this here along our waves, and then we're going to try and get to some of the indigo again, some Prussian blue. So yeah, Erid, I could see that you were painting that, and I was always really, really, really curious. Yeah, I was very curious to see that. It was really looking nifty. I know Twitch is, I think you noticed that Twitch has changed what the rating screen looks like. So I think I can actually see more of what the person is doing. To me, it's kind of a confusing format because there's a whole bunch of extra stuff that it shows that I don't really know if we need, but I do think the screen was a little bit bigger, and I think see a little bit more of what you were doing there. Okay, so there we are. We kind of adding some more dark into this. We shall do that here. It is yeah, Arid. I could really just I kind of would rather have what it used to be like, and of course there was no I had no idea it was going to be like that. I actually thought something was wrong with Twitch. So I'm glad I'm not the only one that thought that was kind of on the weird side. Okay, fine. I'm going to do a little bit of the dark right there. Alright, now that really does look like it's cutting through this. And this was all done with the heavy gloss gel. That's right here. Snag that. Whether it's the Liquitex version or the golden version, they seem to work well enough. There is the Green Stuff World version of this, which is it's a little different. I thought it'd just be the exact same thing. It is different. Now the other places, and you've seen this, Arid for sure. Sculpting Fire. That is sculpted with the stuff, and then look at that, icicles. And of course, well, there's more you can do with it. It is quite the building material because look at here. So we basically instead of using the stuffed animal fur and glue and all this other messy whatever, we just put the stuff on there. When it's painted, oh look, it just looks like thatch. It's pretty much the same texture. It's obviously much stronger, and it took a heck of a lot less time. Oh, okay, Arid. Yeah, kind of glad that I wasn't the only one just kind of caught unawares by that, because it was a heck of a surprise. It's like, what in the world am I looking at here? Very weird. Oh, wait a minute. Let me put that piece of fuzz out of the brush there. Once again, a little more of the light in the right by the stern here. Again, we want this to be really foamed up here. The heavy gloss gel, that's also what goes into our snow effect. So that is the fabulous crushed glass snow. The only place you can get that is from Armored Wolf Productions. So when Armored Wolf is done with all of his Ren Fair stuff, then he's going to try to get back to making stuff like that. Nah, yeah, Eric, because, well, let's see, well, Monday, so yeah, between Monday and now, huh, that's when they did their little bit of tricksy Hobbit mischief there. So again, that's, and not just painted on there, there's actual texture here. So that combination of both. And the other thing you can also do is take the heavy gloss gel, actually mix a teensy tiny bit of maybe some turquoise in it, and actually put that over the top of this, and now it kind of sets the water even further into the distance. Gives it an extra little bit of translucency and depth. So everybody please check out the Etsy link there. Again, that's the Armored Wolf. Now all the fabulous dice bags, right? Tons of amazing dice bags. All kinds of really fantastic leather, handcrafted leather goods. Yeah, Armored Wolf is somehow, amongst everything else, trying to find the time to also do his regular work there, which is that. And of course, everybody please give Irid Camwave a follow. So Irid, will you be doing a stream on Saturday or will it be a Sunday? Usually, what, 7 p.m. Pacific time? And well, Irid, I know I mentioned this the other couple of streams ago. Hopefully, you still every so often get a chance to do a bit of a gaming get together with those folks. I know that was something that kind of helped you keep your sanity during all the Easter egg house process. So 7 p.m. Pacific Saturday, Erie to Canwife. We'll be streaming again. I'm gonna go a little bit more intense with that. Okay, we got that pretty well set on the starboard side here. A little more of our latest white there. Nope, that would be too much. I'm gonna reseed to this. Because I see we have another, again, sculpted wave crest there. Somewheres I got me, but I'm just going to use this as a blending brush. Like that. Let me get a little more of the lighter turquoise in here. So, phthalo green, a little bit of our the Prussian blue in there, and then some of the white to lighten that up. We could also use probably the radiant blue. We also had radiant turquoise. We could have used that as well. So again, that's another sculpted wave there. That's why that's lighter, because it's actually a raised surface. It's not just we're not just painting that on there. And again, this is to a dual anniversary. I think we did show the Dauntless Die Bomber that we painted 3 years ago. Well, 3 years ago and 1 day ago now. All of this painted with just traditional oil paint out of the tube. And by this time tomorrow, if these things aren't dry, they should be darn near dry. This might be too late. I'm going to give it a shot here on some of these waves. I'm going to take a little bit of that off of the brush. Again, that's one of the waves sculpted there. Same down here, blending brush. See, take kind of either end and spread that out. Now we will do a similar thing here. Yep. Again, we have another kind of sculpted wave crest there. Another one out here. And I see another one there. All right. Lighten you up too here. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to do too much of that because that's going to rival all of the churn that we put here. Ownership. Now I might take a little bit of the dry brushy edge off of some of that. You can see how it gets a little bit lighter there. It's starting to pick up the paint. That's kind of how it smooths things out. It's not really blending stuff. It's just removing some of the excess paint. I'm just switching references here so I can actually gonna maybe try and get a little bit of this onto the hole here. No, that's just too late. We're gonna change that around. This is the same kind of reflected light on the hole that we've done on our Armada ships. So I'm doing the same deal here. And kind of letting that mix again with the paint that's already there. Maybe a smidge lighter right on the bow here. We'll just take this to soften and blend that a bit here. So stretch pretzel, not for these. A couple of ways you could potentially do that. Obviously, there's well, back to the stuffed animal stuffing, right? And you could spray that. Actually, the Paint Weaver, the new airbrush by Lethal Shadows, might be a handy thing for that. That's actually one of the reasons why I wanted to get one of those, is to see if I can maybe start doing things like the smoke effects again. Because we did that on, you can see it, 1 second, there we go. So see that furthest building to the back there? So we did a bunch of those. You'll see them on my bolt action battle reports. So basically there's one of those little tea lights, and then you wrap your stuffed animal stuffing around that, and then you start you usually airbrush kind of a gray or something like that, and then you start airbrushing a black on there. So among the many things I'm hoping again do with the Lethal Shadows airbrush is to start doing some more of those smoke effects again. So yeah, you would kind of take that, you would stick it on the stack there. Fine, I'll put a little bit of the lighter color on the edge there. There's two separate decks here, so we will try to separate these. If this is that's not really the right one. Let's use this one here. A little difficult to get to, but yeah, we need to do a little something there. So as much as we like the Cruel Seas ships, one of the things that can be, well, difficult with them is, you have mold lines and especially on your larger ship, it's giant chunks of resin and then a bunch of metal stuff. I think the crew are actually metal, so it can be a little difficult to deal with those. Whereas here, with the 3D printing, don't have to deal with that. So again, just trying to catch a few little lights on the portholes there. Yeah, the other weird thing about that Irid is that it also it doesn't show you people that you follow. You actually have to go specifically click on that, because that was really weird. This was hours ago before I started streaming. I thought, okay, these are nobody that I follow, in addition to it looking all weird. I don't know if it looks any different, to regular folks that aren't streaming. Get that piece of fuzz off of there. There we go. You know what I'm going to... I want to get the torpedo blister a little bit more right over here. Yeah, that... Okay. Yeah. I also got a little bit of the paint off the brush, so I'm going to see if I can't do a little something there. And a little something here. Leading edge of this turret here. Let me bring that down. Top of the barbette there. Better do a similar thing over here. Let's go. Yep. There. So I just need to get the top of that barbette. Another little bit of... Yeah, we got another one of these anti-aircraft gun setups. Let me see if I can take... we're going back to our indigo here. No more of the indigo. Okay, now there's a little bit too much of the thinner on there, because they almost want to... Nope, that's a little too much of a dry brush, so we'll go back and find a happy medium. Okay, okay, that now... Well, that actually helped a lot there. We'll work on... Yes, I think that'll help on the other side. That is what I needed to... wasn't really seeing the difference. Oh, and this too, better open that up, because that's not actually... I'm not enclosed there. It's just like here, the little nest up there. I'm gonna also, I think I need to fool around with a bit more light on... Well, basically, it's almost like the mantlet section of the turret. Also, that should be a little lighter too, I think. Yeah, I think we need to make that lighter. Also, with this definitely right here. I mean, it's an angled surface. It's facing up towards the light. Same over here. This guy. I'm gonna act maybe go a little stronger with that. Let me see what happens with this. Yep. Same on that edge, that edge. All of these edges, they definitely needed to be lightened up. Okay, that's looking a little bit more like my reference. Kind of lighten up this middle section of the barrels here. More of the your range finders. And I don't want to mess around with that stack too much. You know what? Yeah, let's get all the way around the crane there. You have nothing on the inside of it here. Yep, nothing on that side. But when you see, again, these next to even just, say, your Italian and your French ships, they look so primitive. I mean, they look like something out of the First World War, which is what they were. They were basically launched right at the tail end of the First World War. They were modernized in the mid 1930s. That's when they got the tripod masts. Because originally they had the rather ridiculous looking birdcage masts, which had a tendency to collapse in rough seas. Because again, you had a 3-story building or 3.5-story building, about 110, 120 feet up off the deck or whatever. And you're rolling around and heeling over. Well, bad things are going to happen. I'm sure it was a weight issue. But, yeah, and a stability thing, but you also, you have to have structure too. We can throw a little bit of our dark on the edge there, yeah. Dare I put a little bit more of our lighter red on the top of these 3 turrets here? I can never remember which turret is X turret or Y turret. And I have a feeling that different navies labeled those differently. Let me actually get a little sip of something here. Well, ooh, look at that. There ain't nothing left to sip there. It's all gone. Well, appropriately, it is. Well, it's rum mixed with the blackberry ginger ale. So yes, you're getting your portion of rum on our fabulous ship painting stream. Now here, as I put that on, now we're going to just do this using it as a blending brush. There's no paint on there. We are just taking some of this and we're pushing this around. And again, 4 hours and 9 minutes ago, there was not a single bit of paint on either ship. That has all happened again in the last 4 hours. So see you later there, Irid. Thank you so much for the raid, of course. Appreciate that. And again, Saturday, 7 p.m. Pacific time, Irid will be back streaming again. There. So Grand Oracle, I'm not sure if you've seen the picture, and I don't know if it's either Wisconsin or New Jersey, but it's doing a full broadside, and it's going through the water, but you can see the ship is displaced, right? You can see the shock wave, right, on the waves, and then you can see how the ship gets moved over by all of the kickback, right, the recoil from the broadside. And it's a full color image because it's from the 1980s, basically was your mid 80s when it was brought out of mothballs again. And it's an intriguing picture, and I was kind of tempted to try that here. So that's something we might have to do with our tiny ships, Grand Oracle, is see if we can generate that type of effect. Easy enough to sculpt, right, with our fabulous water sculpting material. Doing the flamey part, right, coming out of the muzzles, that's a different story. I don't know, Grand Oracle, I was thinking, well, if I knew how to do the digital sculpting, but then that would be a little too much weight, right, hanging off of these little things. I think that is where we would have to use some of our stuffed animal stuffing, and then just try to paint that up with the oils and with the fluorescence and hope for the best, right? But that might be an intriguing little project to see, can we do that? I've seen it done, gosh, maybe 1/700 scale ships, or maybe even 1/350. So yeah, Grand Oracle, we'll see if maybe if those make a return. Again, oddly enough, there's an advantage now to having weapon systems that don't rely on missiles. Because, well, shells just don't cost as much. And given that the new tactic of overwhelming missile defense systems by just shooting a bunch of cheap stuff at it, nah, it's kind of everything goes back around, right, Grand Oracle? From all the snazzy high-tech stuff to eventually we'll just be using big slingshots again, right, Grand Oracle? Yeah, that's good. I'm gonna get me some more light on the top of those. Yeah. Let me see if we can't work in a little more of that. Right there on the front edge of this. We did on the other one. Now we got some there. Let me work this down a little further here. That might still be a little too dark. I'm going to try to lighten up the bottom edge of this. Maybe even get a little more light there. I really can't sneak anything else in there. I've done all that I can right there. Might as well just bring that edge up a little bit more too. Way too much paint on that brush. We're going to take some of that off. Come on, nope, nope. Trying to sharpen up this edge. I need me a little bit more thinner to do that. Yep, we just did a little extra flow out of that. When it comes to well, this sort of thing, I think it was at Scharnhorst that also, ironically enough, had red on the top of its turrets. I'll have to do a little bit of research to see what the different colors were, because Arizona, I think different battle groups had different colors on the top of their turrets. Now, I do believe there was, well, probably yellow, red, and blue for different battle groups, I think. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that Scharnhorst had red on the top of its turrets. I don't think Prince Eugen or Bismarck did that. First, I'm going to go here. Let's go darker here. Not a pin line wash. Looking to sharpen up a couple edges. There we go. Wow, we got some mooring cleats up here on the gunwale. Let's get these mooring cleats then. Okay. Is that more of them up here? You know what? Here on the yeah, let me see if I can get a little bit of separation here. Now, the nifty thing about the way this file was done is actually these were separate. It was weird that the tripod masts were all in there, but the cranes were separate, and then the turrets also separate, so you can orient them whatever way you want. I would imagine that all of your other ships from the same sculptor here are done the same way. This needs to be yeah, I'm trying to kind of take away a little bit of the kind of rust or whatever weathering that we added. Right, what's happening with this thing? Little oddball bit right there, that's going to go away too. Maybe we're going to make that a little wider, I guess. I'm going to see if I can maybe darken. Oh, yeah. Let's darken that up a bit more here. Blending brush. Better. Oh, here, let's get back to our Enterprise. And I want to maybe try to use a little bit of this Radiant Violet, which is now very much a gray. And we're going to get a little bit later on our ship number there. Straighten that out a little. Bring that over here. Maybe a little bit of the light on the edge of the elevators there. And I'm going to do a little bit of the streaky stuff here on this this portion of the island. So chuck that on there, blending brush. We're just going to push that down. I'm going to try me a little more in a couple of spots here. I might go a little stronger. There's I don't know, maybe these are some of your life rafts up against the edge of the island there. Back to the blending brush. Again, caress the brush. Don't crush the brush. It's really hard to paint that right if the brush is not touching the surface. So make sure the brush is touching the surface. How's about we have a very light grip on that? I'm also gonna see if I can't maybe throw a little bit of something there. Get a little bit of reflection maybe on the underside of this sponson. Let me see if I can get. Is this dark enough? Yeah. Well, we won't actually be able to write that, but we'll just Greek something here on the stern. Maybe, oh boy, not too much of the thinner on that. Okay, now let's look at that. We're getting something on here. Back to our lighter bluish gray. There. Yep, that seems to have worked out. Now let me see if I can take some of my lighter light and hit the portals again. I think we did some of this on the port side. No, yeah, we did do a tiny bit on the port side. I think we got to do some more maybe. Somehow I got some indigo on that brush. Ooh, that's a little bit light there. Not necessarily every single one. And of course, should we get too much of the later stuff on there, we can always come back with our dark and take some of that away. I'm gonna try and lighten up that edge a little bit more too. Now I don't want to put too much light down in here because I mean that is in shadow, but I think I need a little, maybe not over there. That's a too far recessed to really catch any kind of light at all. Once again, trying to get a little more light there. Interesting difference between the U.S. aircraft carriers and, of course, the British, because the British had armored flight decks, the U.S. carriers did not. Advantages and disadvantages to each one. Significant because should the U.S. had used the armored flight deck idea, well, first of all, you're going to have a lot less planes, some around 30% less planes, so that would have been very disadvantageous. Also, should that ever get damaged, it will take a long time to repair that. Unlike Midway, where Yorktown goes into the repair facility in 48 hours, comes out and steams to Midway, and the Japanese assume that that has been sunk, or that it's so badly damaged that it's months. It's probably, if it is still afloat, it's been taken to a dry dock somewhere to fix for months and months. And if you had an armored flight deck, that would have very much been the case. There are also a few instances, I think even on Enterprise, if it had an armored flight deck, there's some damage that wouldn't have happened. So again, there's pluses and minuses. Of course, it also makes the ship that much heavier and slower. The American Essex carrier, they were really fast. Did I? Didn't really ever get the lightest stuff on the machine gun mounts over there. A couple more things on the back of the island over there. What? Yeah, let me do a little. There was some whatchamacallits there. Some of our support nubs. I'm going to try and take a dark here. And we'll just separate those with some paint. Same deal over here. And that is an open deck there. We need to separate that. This thing could use some mid-tone just like that. There was one other spar over there, but just that could not be saved. Did the best I could. Okay, so we got more of our details on that. This actually, Bithrat, when you see just the primed version of this thing here, because this is, well, obviously a bit more color on it than our Enterprise, it's really shocking to see what that looks like compared to this. So I have to somehow make sure I have like a side-by-side somehow of the primed and the painted next to each other, because boy, there's a big difference here. That's for sure, right, Grant Oracle? Because I think it was there was HMS Eagle and Ark Royal, those were sunk. I think it was Illustrious was maybe another one. I forget the one that was sunk off of the coast of Norway. That I can't quite remember. Was it Glorious? Maybe that was the one that I think it was Scharnhorst. Scharnhorst caught up with that one. Yeah, kind of made short work of it. Catching a little bit more of the... Yeah, I'm going to actually go the other way here. Then this would be much more of a pinline wash sort of thing. That's the Van Dyke Brown again. So Van Dyke Brown here. Down, and there we go. We just had a little bit too much of the lighter stuff sinking down into the crevice in there. We'll do the same on this too. Yeah, something like that. So okay, I was right. Thanks, Grand Oracle. Let me take that and we'll spread that out here. Now, I've got to get some more of our indigo comboed with the not radiant indigo here and also over here. I just noticed that. There. We sort of kind of hinted at that over here. That didn't quite go where I wanted that to go. These crazy case-mated guns again. Ah, yeah, this is another place where we need to go a little bit more light here. Yeah, Grand Oracle, a bunch of 11-inch guns, because they had 11s, right? I mean, sort of under firepowered for your typical 14 to 15, 16-inch gun English ships, but I think maybe they tried to put 8-inch guns on their aircraft, maybe 6-inch guns. Yeah, that's a little bit of an uneven struggle there. Yeah, that must have been a North Sea battle there, and I'm pretty sure that was all kind of the aftermath of the Narvik campaign. What are we chucking into here? Okay, that's what's. We actually have a whole bunch of the deck core there. I'm actually going to throw a little bit of the light there on the stack. Is this too light? Yeah, I'm gonna hit a little more indigo into that, because that's still pretty much just primer down there. Same on this side. Maybe I can get away with a little bit of yeah. Yeah, at Grand Oracle, that is definitely poor carrier operations. If something with guns that can only shoot about 18 to 20 miles or so can catch up to and take down an aircraft carrier and no planes are launched, I mean, obviously you have to be into the wind and you can't just willy-nilly launch planes, but that seems a bit wonky right there. This barbette never did get the lighter stuff on the button. That might be a little too much. We don't want to go too crazy with that. I tell you what, it's a whole lot easier to fit this thing on here than the 1/700 scale ships. Grand Oracle. Now, of course, it's possible that our fabulous new filming station might allow force something of that size. I mean, it's not like it's 20 feet long. It's maybe about a foot long. Because I believe I have a 1/700 scale Scharnhorst. I have a King George V. I've got my dual West Virginia. I even have a Shokaku, of all things. The third Yamato class that never was. I'll see you later there, Grand Oracle. Sorry to keep you up so late again. Appreciate you being here, as always. So hopefully this was a blast for you, Grand Oracle, and I'll shoot you the pictures of these just with the primer on them. So like for Bithron, so you can kind of see the differences there. I'm gonna go a little. Oh boy, all right. I really do want to emphasize that takes a little bit more, because that's a kind of a distinctive thing of these old-timey ships here. Yeah, this is before. I mean, even I think some of the French ships, even their modernized ones like Jean Bart, still had this sort of a formation on the forecastle there. I know Hood did not, but that was designed for speed. And catch me a little bit of light on the back of that turret again to show that it's got the rounded edge there. Hey there, Thranual. Nice to see you there, Thranual. I hope that your Friday morning goes well. And Jaylisk, nice to see you too. Welcome to the stream. And once again, happy Friday morning. Or for our friends in Australia, that would be Friday afternoon, closer to Saturday almost. I might steal. Let me see if I can't get something, a little bit of a lighter deal on the deck here. I might try this. So I just put some of the fast matte white into the Mars Yellow Deep. And I'm kind of targeting this area over here where we do not have any shadow influence of the turrets on the deck. So J-List, yep, we have Arizona here. And we have Enterprise here. So CV6 here and Arizona. So these are 3D printed, and we did all of the water in the same way we did on all of our Armada ships. That's with the heavy gloss gel here. So you can see a little bit of, there you go. You can kind of see a little bit of the texture there on the base. Just a piece of plastic card. And again, we use the heavy gloss gel. It's the same stuff that we use to sculpt. Look at that fire. So we sculpted that, painted that, and it also works for icicles, waterfalls, even thatched roofs. And we've got a little example of that right here. So we actually built this and painted it on stream. So there you go. That's the heavy gloss gel painted. So instead of having to deal with the whole thing with the teddy bear fur, endless layers of glue, and all kinds of mess, and hoping that it works, you can literally paint the texture on there exactly where you want it, how you want it. And then once it's dry, just shoot some paint on there and you're all good to go. So that is just a heavy gloss gel, whether it's golden acrylic or whether it's Liquitex, they seem to both work just fine. I do strongly advocate, though, using it up as fast as you can, because if it just sits around for a while, it's that'll dry out on you, unfortunately. Thank you so much, Extra. I appreciate that. Once again, I appreciate the little pointy things on there, and the I'm guessing those are observation decks. However, it's too small. Not going to Valinar on this either. It's like, dude, I just want to get out of Pearl Harbor. What? No mention of Shireweed. What's going to happen on the Gandalf 6 here? Okay. Again, keeps him out of trouble. No Gandalf 6, but also not a 1. And it works, again, fantastic for the water effects here, because we sculpted the churn here, we sculpted the wave effect there, and we even sculpted a different wave effect here, because obviously that's your regular, that's the vast ocean right there, and then here is the influence of the ship. You can see that we've gone up and over some parts of the hull with our wave effect. Same thing with Enterprise. So you can see there is definitely dimension to that. Especially, yeah, you can see here it's raised, right? Because that is not just the paint. Xchuk, I think that is quite the mashup right there. That is Middle Earth mashup. Thanks for doing that clip there, Bithron. Appreciate that. Yes, indeed. And of course, we've been having a blast. And you can check it out on the Instagrams there, but we have been doing our new Arnor army. And we just posted, I think we did 14 of these, all painted on stream over the last couple of weeks. Basically painting a couple of them per stream. So thanks for doing that there, Bitron. Appreciate that. So just check out the Instagrams there. That is where we have lots of pictures of finished miniatures. Eventually these will end up on the Instagrams too. Oh, geez, thanks, Neshland. And thanks for hanging out. I know you've been here for a few hours at least. Geez, maybe even 3 hours. So Neshland, that's the first, obviously, of I think you heard me. I know you've heard me talking about on previous streams how our civil war in Arnor calls for not one, not two, but three different factions, a bit like what we did with our Candace stuff. That's one army, three different color schemes, three different freehand patterns. So something a little bit along the lines of those. And of course, well, you can see those. If you want to watch any of our past streams, all you have to do is just look at the highlights. Everything is saved as a highlight. It's essentially like a YouTube channel, just no commercials. Yeah, I don't think there's any commercials on the highlights. Well, not that we really do any commercials here either. It's always a little strange to be on someone's stream and then all of a sudden an advertisement plays. Can I squeeze in a little bit? Okay, yeah, that. A little bit more of our deck right here. Yep, that makes a bit more sense. Let me check a little bit of our asphaltum onto this float plane launch here. Maybe there's a little, not enough of the thinner there. This one bit of the deck, a little bit of a problem there. I think we got that solved. Neshland, geez, Neshland, I think you heard, yeah, because you've been in the stream here. We were talking about using the stuffed animal stuffing and trying to stick some of that here by the stack and then try to do some painting on that. Of course, also for the guns firing. And then obviously using some of our fluoros for that. J-Lisk, I hope that your painting journey has been fun so far. And J-Lisk, well, hopefully, well, I'm sure you have lots. There's tons of fun miniatures out there to paint, aren't there? And actually, Bithron, I don't know if you had a chance to share any of your stuff there on your Instagrams. Sorry if I failed to ask there. There's been, well, there's definitely been a lot of the periodic raids here too. I'm gonna try if I can here sneak in. Oof. Is that okay? Good. That's not going to be too late. But I did need more of just the regular deck texture back in here. See if I can sneak my brush all the way over there. No, gonna have to go this way. Same thing over on this side here. This side too. Well, J-Lisk, yeah, it's sometimes, well, trial and error. You hopefully you can minimize the amount of mishaps and maximize. I mean, it's sometimes a couple happen, and you say, all right, now I know. Now I know that we know how to prevent any more crazy things from happening. Everybody, please check out the Instagram link that Bitron shared. So Bitron, oh geez, that's I know that you got the crazy hours and everything like that, but here's hoping that you get a chance to do all the MDF additions there to the tiles. Gives it that, like you're saying, the extra little bit of weight and such as well. Now here's what another thing. Boy, that's going to be really tricksy. I can't even hardly see it. But I need some of my light there. And also, speaking of the barbette here, there is none of our bluish gray on the leading surface of that barbette. Okay, there we go. Same deal over here. Alright. There was something funky going on there. Now I know what it is. Got their light on the edges of those. Those are in shadow, so not going to do too much there. Blending brush here. Yeah. A little bit more of my lighter gray here. That seems a little bit heavy on the dark. I'm going to try also do a little, yeah, see, we can almost make it look like there's a little bit of streaking there. Just by virtue of painting something lighter. You don't necessarily have to do dark streaks to create that. And a little bit more of that in here. So same thing there, almost kind of creating the impression of some streaks there, even though that's really not what's actually there. Let me try to do a wee bit more of this on our Enterprise here. So again, almost creating the effect of some streaking here by just basically painting the lighter colors. Need to maybe add a little thinner to this. It's not terribly light. Okay, yeah, there was a couple of the support nubs here on the starboard side that were difficult to deal with. I might try printing this again, but with less of an angle on it, and see how it works. Well, you try to avoid extra stress on the FEP by kind of putting it at an angle. Once again, we're just going to do this. And the whole point there is, again, to create a little bit of almost something like streaking. Got her so, here's my blending brush. Just like that. Thank you so much, Jaylisk. I appreciate that. You shall not. Oh, wrong Gandalf. Like, so, still not going to Valinor here, right? I mean, I could just, like, lay down on this thing like a surf. I could ride this like a surfboard all the way to Valinor. It's like, dude, that's really not cool. So that's Surfer Gandalf right there. So what happens when Gandalf does not mention the Shire? Okay, well, that's not a great role, but still, no Shireweed mention, and we do have some. We got Dunlendings out here, so he better not mention that Shireweed, or he's gonna get himself in a heap of trouble right there. So yeah, who would have known that Gandalf was really into surfing? Boy, you'd think he would spend a little bit more time with Dol Amroth then. Yeah, a little bit more time in the Bay of Belfast there. But I think even to the hobbits, that might just look like a surfboard right there. Once again, I'm just going to try and use this to create what almost seems like a bit of streaking, even though there really is not any. Is this my blending? Yeah, that is my blending brush there. Maybe a little touch of cinder into that, just to activate that. See you in a second there, Bithron. I'm guessing it is snack time, which, boy, that makes me hungry, that's for sure. Well, especially since we've been doing this almost 5 hours. Time flies when you have an aircraft carrier or if you're having fun. These sponsons, oh yeah, let's get a little more light on these. So we can have ourselves quite the task force here. I know I'm pretty sure they have some Portland class cruisers. So obviously looking for that sort of early to mid 1930s class of cruiser, probably as the escorts for these. Before you start getting into your fast battleships. And then of course I know he's got to have Essex class. So then we can start doing some of our later war stuff with that really nifty camo pattern, some nice dazzle camouflage. That one famous picture of something, was it 9 aircraft carriers all together? And they all have that same dazzle camo. I don't know if that was scheme number 37 or something like that. Again, see that? No death grip on the brush. Looky here. My finger, I can actually balance my finger on this, on the base here. And then throw some of this lighter stuff in here. And again, that is to almost kind of simulate a little bit of the streaking there. Even though technically is no streaking on there. Now, of course, when the ship did the crossing of the line, you wanted to always do that on the smallest boat possible. Doing it on an aircraft carrier, not the best idea, especially given the fact that, well, your trousers were lowered to your ankles and you had to run the entire length of the deck, and there were certain implements of destruction that were used against the lowly pollywogs. Yes, if you are not an ancient shellback crossing the line, could be an interesting ceremony for you. Blending brush, where you at? There you are. Let's see if I can't catch a little. I'm gonna maybe use the ice blue there. On the bow, oh yeah, this the anchor that could use. There we go. Just looking at this, going, there's a little something missing there. That anchor had a little bit more light added to it. Now we're going back to this. So these are regular oil paints out of the tube, just like we use on our regular miniatures. I was able to create a very nifty primer color. Mix the black and gray Stynylrez with just this little blue here. And I think you can see, yeah, that's about, so you can kind of see this kind of a bluish gray primer. Really nifty color, actually. I like it a lot. I'm actually gonna maybe mix some of that up and just stick it in a dropper bottle or something, because I kind of like that primer color. Might be, well, if we're doing more of these ships, well, you'll be seeing it all the time. Except I think I'll do that on a video. Yeah, that's. I know I've done a couple of the primer mixing vids because, of course, all of our fabulous Tomb Kings, right? It all started. The dark brown primer started here, right, with our Tomb Kings, and we really needed it for our chariots, so we get those painted, and then, of course, that kind of culminated with the insanity of our conversion of Cetra here. Yeah, that was where we really needed that dark brown primer. Painted that up on stream as well. I know it looks a whole bunch different than what we got here, but there was really no difference in this approach than it was with that one. Now I'm starting to see some light here, and also a little bit more texture, some more streaking there. So I'm going to try some more of that over on the starboard side here. Those I'm going to say those are support nubs, so we're not going to emphasize those. That needs to maybe be a little lighter. More of our light here. Now for funsies, I might try this here. Let me see if I can maybe add a little bit more of our, not so much the Terrosa. I'm going to go stronger with the asphaltum. I don't know, the anchor chain seems like a good spot. This seems like another place here maybe to have a little under that sponson. Maybe this one too. And that's almost a bit of dry brush that we did back there. Pretty darn close. We got a bit, boy, a little bit of the thinner in there, a little too much maybe. But see, under there, I'm going to try and orient a little rust under there. Maybe under this item. Can't maybe where we might have a, well, some of our support nubs getting a little jinky there. Oh yeah. Here, let's do the sponson on this side. Blending brush again. There, yeah. See that softens that up very nicely. Catching a little bit more of that in here, and then underneath the anchor again. Now, what about that right there? I think what we're going to try and do is take our indigo here. Yeah, okay, that was another thing that was a little odd. Just needed to do a correction there on that. Okay, so now, yep, that makes a little more sense there. Boy, Bithron, yeah, that's making me hungry, that's for sure. That's... Ooh, yeah, here's another little weird thing that's going on. Indigo again. No, that's I don't think I broke that away. I think that actually is just a little exposed. Yeah, need to get that a little darker there. Now we're back to some of our more middle tone gray for that. Hey, Jimmy the Brush, how you doing? Arid has returned to Arid. I'm sure that was very refreshing. It always is. So great to see you there, Jimmy the Brush. Jimmy, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So great to see you. So yeah, Jimmy, this is first chance I've had to paint historical stuff on stream in quite some time. And here's the two ships we've been working on. We started these 5 hours, 1 minute, and 5 seconds ago. No paint on them whatsoever. So this has really been interesting. Last thing we had a chance, this was 3 years and 1 day ago. That would be right here. So we painted that up. Again, it's kind of a combo anniversary here. Anniversary of Midway and also anniversary of D-Day. These are both 3D printed and really nifty ships. Really enjoy these things. Oh yeah, Jimmy the Brush, please share that. Actually, Jimmy, it's funny you should mention the Signum stuff because that will be my next, at least the next. Let's see, Saturday, Friday, Saturday, Monday. Yeah, at least the next 3 streams would and some videos would be Signum stuff. So everybody, yeah, please check that out. Yeah, Jimmy. Actually, in the lead up today, I was actually prepping a bunch of the figs. I know this is another one I was going to prep right here. So this one probably will be for maybe the Monday stream right here. So everybody, please check out that link there. That is for the Signum Kickstarter. So Signum has some fabulous miniatures, and also too, if you're looking for miniatures that really are distinct, that kind of stand out from other things, where you kind of look at those and you go, oh yeah, that's a Signum figure. Please go ahead and check that out. So thanks, Jay. Appreciate that. Jay, that was an instance where all 7 of the insignias had to be just painted in freehand because, well, the decals that I had were all the wrong ones, and I also despise decals. So we just painted all of those by hand on stream. Actually, you can watch that stream because, again, we save everything here. So yeah, Jimmy the Brush. What I do with a lot of the other streams, I'll take some of the Signum streams and kind of turn those into just generalized YouTube vids. But I would like to do a multi-episode video series on one of the bigger pieces because I think that could be really fun. So again, everybody, please check out that Kickstarter link. I'm going to go a little stronger. So again, that's the Asphaltum. That is not our usual Terra Rossa there. So Jimmy, I know any time around a Kickstarter, before, during, or after, is pretty much absolute lunacy. So here's hoping that everything transpires and it will be. There's going to be a lot of late nights and long hours, that's for sure. Yeah, Jay, the other thing too is no matter how much microsol or microset or anything, it just it did not want to, form around the rivets or any sort of panel lines. So I said, what the heck? I'm spending all this extra time doing nothing. I might as well just paint the darn things on myself. And to me, it is way less aggravation. Here we are. So I might, and depending on what happens, I'm not sure which day. So I got kind of a really, one of the larger pieces set for a stream. We also have my brother in town, and his family, who I haven't seen in 9 years. So that's the stream tomorrow will probably be it'll probably be a later start, like this one. Or no, the Saturday stream, sorry. Let me catch a little more of the light edges on this. Now, thanks, Bithron, for doing that clip. Heh. Ah. No, I don't want to lighten that up again, because if I do, that's indigo Prussian blue out there. Let me snag a little bit more of our lighter gray for this side up here towards the top of the island. A little more on the tripod mast. There we go. Fire this up here. Yeah, a little bit lighter on the edge of that. Around the stacks. So what was the name of the sculptor on these again? Let me find the... Nope, that's not him. There it is. So Lee McCall. So MCCOLL. That is... that's who did these fabulous ship files here. And again, you can get the individual ships like I did here, or you can get entire fleets. So if you want to get IGN or Kriegs or Royal Navy, Regia Marina, and the Fleet Nationale, of course, your French there, you can get all of those. And obviously that's a more economical approach. I got a few ships because I had no idea what to expect. Now that we see these are pretty nifty, we'll definitely have to get some more. Yeah, these are... They didn't really look like very much when I first brought up the files in Chidubox, and then even when I first printed them, I thought, there's no... Even when I took them off of the supports and started looking at it, I said, I don't think there's that much here. And then as I'm painting them, I just go, wow, they did squeeze in a lot of detail on these. So very nifty. Now there's no supports. I will say that I don't believe there's any support. You have to do all that yourself. Because well, actually no. Wait a minute. The Arizona did have supports. Well, the for whatever reason, the turrets and the crane and the turrets and cranes that had supports on it, but not so much with everything else. Not quite sure why. I think if I print these up again, I might actually experiment with the smaller supports. I haven't really done that. I've kind of left them all pretty much the same. Let me get a little bit more of my light in here. And maybe hit these spots and just that last little bit to make that come forward. Yeah, oh, these guys are a little bit, little bashed up here. Let's see if we can try and recover a little bit of shape on these guys here. I mean, it happens. It happens. Well, here, Jimmy the Brush. Hopefully, lots of stretch goals are met. And well, obviously, hopefully, all the early birds are taken up right away. Blending brush there again. Now, let me do. Where's my asphaltum? Little spots in here. Again, gonna. So there's a little bit of our weathering right there, just for funsies there. Gee, this was obviously. I'm sure there's other really nifty ones too. It is the proverbial rabbit hole, I guess you could say. Because you look and you say, "Oh wow," and then you say, "Oh wow." Bitron, that kind of happens, right? And Bitron, well, you're just hoping that you get a chance to. Speaking of the 3D printing, get back to your Saurian star host, right? I think that's what they're called. I almost said war host, but I think they're star host. Again, this is some more of the asphaltum here. Minor brush, very handy for so many things. Get a little bit of that on that side of the deck over there. So it is called Star Host, okay? But yeah, I'm glad that that works out for you. Let's try and separate that a little more. Maybe a little bit there, and a little bit more of that here. All right, there we go. Let me. Now I'm gonna switch over to my kind of darker indigo here. Yeah, that doesn't quite need to be that far up that side of the hole. Yeah, okay, that worked out. You know what? I'm seeing. Let me see if I can maybe do this. So it's almost like a secondary lead bow wave here. Yeah, that's right. And of course, like we always talk about, sometimes just that nice little change of pace, right? A little something different. Kind of a palette cleanser there. And then you can kind of get maybe back to a project, and so you can kind of see it with a fresh set of eyes there, fresh perspective. And yeah, let me get some more of my light edge along there. Oh, maybe this too. Just a little bit, just a little something there. All right, let's get back to this. You know what? I'm looking at this edge. Bear with me here. Don't want it to be too light. But again, the torpedo blister here, it is a little strange that it just kind of disappears right here. So I think I'm going to let that stand out a little bit more. And then over here. So I think, well, actually, I think I might have, have somebody here that is someone we haven't rated. So see you later there, Neshlin. Yeah, I'm gonna have to now that it is 5 hours and it's 3:26 in the morning here. We got a lot of stuff still to do yet. I do want to say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and cheers. And thanks, Bitron, for doing the clips and posting some of those links. Appreciate that. And this will certainly be doing more of these. Obviously, this was a special occasion, anniversary celebrations and such, but I think we'll have some fun with these in the future. It won't be quite Armada Mondays, but I think we'll still maybe paint some of these on our Mondays, because why not? Yeah, that's going to be very fun. So thanks, Irid, and thank you so much, Bitron. Appreciate you guys being here, as always. So yeah, actually, this is somebody new that I have not rated before, and I think it will be English. So that's kind of the thing I'm looking for, is maybe somebody that does the English. Now let's back out here. I'm going to zoom out so we can see what Enterprise and Arizona look like. So there you go. Two very fabulous ships there, all painted in the last 5 hours and 17 minutes. So let's get this maybe raid underway here. So let's see how this goes. Let's say, well, maybe not. We won't do that one. Let's just go to one of our regular ones here then. So yeah, I think it will be. We'll be back to our French language here, but let's see. I think actually this is Tixie. Oh, let's do Hixie. Okay, there we go. That'll work. There we go. So okay, I'll thanks again everybody, and I'll get this rate countdown underway because this takes a little while. So yeah, this is really fabulous here. Enjoyed the heck out of this, and thanks again. You know, I really enjoyed doing the historical stuff, and it was really fantastic to be able to do this again. So thank you so much, Jay. Appreciate you being here, and thanks for the follow.